cast under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. And we are back again at our brand new studio. Looking just as great as it did yesterday. Welcome in, everybody. It's great to see you all. First things first, before we get into anything, I want to say our very own Augustine started streaming for the first time. And I was actually just hanging out in his stream for a bit before going live, but for those of you that haven't already followed him, please do give him a follow and give him some support. That is what we do around here. Yes, thank you everybody. Welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well this evening. I got a little bit of rest today. Not a whole lot, not as much as I would have liked, but I'm not running on fumes like I was yesterday, so hopefully today's stream should be a little bit more lively and I won't be caught on the hot mic yawning again. Or sounding dead tired. So I'd say that's already a step up from yesterday's stream. I love Augustine's model, I know. Yeah. Everything about his stream was looking good. The starting soon screen, the background, the overlay. Very, very nice stuff. Very, very happy and proud of him. But yes, we will be playing more Master Detective Archives Rain Code today. I've been thinking about this case. And I have a theory on it, but we'll get into that once we play the game. Of course, before we start, we're gonna chat for a little bit, and of course do our pre-game tarot card pull. I saw this video. I don't know why this is the first thing that comes to my mind, but I saw this video today of these people that were staying in a hotel in the Philippines, and they were filming in their bathroom. There was a king cobra in the toilet. And the toilet was also infested with ants. It was simultaneously one of the grossest and weirdest things I've ever seen. And in the comments of the video, I think it was something somebody posted on Instagram or something and it went viral. In the comments there was a bunch of people saying that they had also encountered snakes in their hotel toilet in different places. And that was one of those new fear unlocked moments. I hadn't thought about that. I know that snakes sometimes do emerge from toilets in different places, but the thought of that happening in your hotel room is definitely not a pleasant thought. I thought snakes usually hid in boxes, not toilets. Apparently they do like to hide in toilets, because I've seen that quite often. Certain areas especially tend to have that issue, apparently. So you always want to look before you sit, because you never know if there might be a snake in there. And king cobras are no joke, either. But it was quite funny. All you saw was the body. And then they got a stick to poke it with. And then the head just emerged from the seat. And it was just looking around like... it kind of looked like a periscope coming out of water. It was quite funny, but also quite worrying. But yes, no idea why that came to my mind first, but that was something I saw and figured I would share that with all of you. Aren't king cobras like super poisonous? Yes. Yeah, they're not a joke. So that could have easily been a bad situation for those hotel guests. Very good thing that they managed to see the body before anybody anybody sat down. Although I don't think anybody would have been sitting on that seat anyway because it was infested with ants. They were literally crawling all over the seat. It was very disgusting. So I don't know if they had a particularly high level of cleanliness at that hotel, or if it was just a one-time thing or what, but I'm already not a huge fan of staying in hotels for several reasons, but that definitely just added to the list of reasons not to enjoy doing so. Definitely a weird experience for those people. But yes, let me see, what else did I see today? There was an article I saw about something, but I can't remember what it was. God, I had it and I lost it. Hate when that happens. But it'll come back to me eventually. Probably as soon as I end stream. In the Discord, I actually did drop that video I was talking to you all about. The person that made a fan-made remake of, like, parts of Ocarina of Time. If you'd like to check that out. I've seen more people talking about it recently. Not that specific video, but just the Ocarina of Time thing. And definitely feels like there's some buzz gathering around it. In case you don't already know this, I'm a massive Zelda fan. It is my favorite video game series, and I guess it's a little surprising I don't talk about it more. But, yeah, I do love Zelda, and this is probably my favorite game of all time. So I am really excited about the prospect of it reemerging in a new form. And summer is pretty much here, so we should be seeing new game announcements very soon. I think Summer Games Fest is early next month. And I'm hoping for a Code Veronica remake reveal. I'm hoping for potentially a Ocarina of Time remake reveal. And beyond that, I'm actually not really sure what we could see. This year has actually been kind of a low-key amazing year for gaming, and I say low-key because it hasn't been a great year in general. That's for sure. At least not for me. I hope you're all having a better year than I've been having. But, you know, generally the news hasn't been great. Personal stuff hasn't been great. But gaming, it seems like every month we've had multiple highly rated games released, which is really cool. At least something is going right. I've only had the pleasure of playing Wind Waker, but I adore it and wish I would play the newer ones. Yeah, if you ever have that ability, I would definitely recommend it. They are all fantastic. There's really no game in the series you could ever go wrong with. Whether you're playing the 2D games, 3D, handheld, home console, all Zelda games are very, very good. So if you ever can, I highly recommend it. But yeah, it is a pretty crazy year for gaming. I know the big thing everybody's waiting for is Grand Theft Auto 6. And at least supposedly, it's supposed to come out this year. I wouldn't doubt if it gets delayed again, but you know, there's always a chance it doesn't. And if that's the case, that would be quite insane. We've had Resident Evil Requiem, Fatal Frame 2 Remake, Mouse PI. I think the new Forza game just got a perfect score. Supposedly that's pretty good. Yeah, lots and lots of games coming out just non-stop, and if they cap off the year with Grand Theft Auto 6, I think this is going to end up being one of those years that is kind of looked back upon very fondly, at least from a gaming perspective. And the variety has been nice too. Yeah, there's some years where there's a lot of similar games that release, and that's when they're of high quality, it's nice, but you know, it can be a little bit tiring. But it's nice to go from something like Resident Evil to Tomodachi Life, for example, and then Mouse PI, like, just lots of very different games releasing, and I'm pretty grateful for that. I wouldn't say the industry is in a great place for several reasons, but the more diverse the industry is, the healthier it is. We don't want to go back to the days of every single game being some variant of trying to be Call of Duty. So, it is making me happy that some of these games are managing to find success. I've got to scoot, but kick the creep where it hurts for me. Thank you, Landria. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your evening. My Instagram is flooded with Tomodachi Life videos. That should mean life sentence for those who make them. I don't think Nintendo really thought about what they would release into the world with that game. I think they probably did. The first one when it, well, not first one, it's actually, that series has been going for longer than most people realize, but when the one on 3DS came out, it blew up in similar fashion, was pretty much everywhere. So I was kind of expecting for it to be similarly popular. Actually took a really long time for them to make a new one too, which is kind of refreshing, but I'm glad it did come out. It looks really fun. I do want it. Hopefully at some point I'll get it, and maybe I'll play it on stream. But we will see. There's just too many games coming out in a close proximity, which is not a bad thing by any means, but it's bad on the wallet. So, kind of got to pace myself and make deliberate choices about what I want, and then leave some things till later, you know? But thankfully, games like Tomodachi Life are evergreen, so you can kind of grab them whenever, and not really feel like you're missing out. There's no spoilers to fear or anything like that. And from a streaming perspective, you can play them at any time. So, that's nice too. In fact, I'd argue that there are some games from a streaming perspective that it's better to wait until the fervor has died down a little bit, because you get crushed under the weight of all the streamers that are infinitely more popular than you, so no one's going to find your channel. There are some games where I'm not going to wait, like I was not going to wait to play Requiem, for example. But for games like that, it is probably better to wait a little bit, because no one's going to watch you over, you know, the bigger streamers. I just want a job so I can buy the collector's edition of Code Veronica Remake. Ah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I hope that you're able to do that, Sally. Because, I mean, I don't know what they'll do for it, but I imagine that they will probably have a pretty cool, Claire Redfield statue and stuff like that. The closer that we get to that potential reveal, the more that I keep fantasizing about what it's going to look like. I don't really have too many things to say about Claire, except that I do hope that that they make her hair redder, like I was saying yesterday, to kind of fit more with her classic appearance, and that they make her hairstyle resemble her original one a little bit more. I think that was probably one of the only complaints I had about her look in the RE2 remake, was initially I thought I wasn't necessarily a fan of her face compared to like Leon, Ada, and other characters. But then I saw someone mod her older hair onto the model, and I realized, no, her face actually looks great. It's just, I don't know, her hair, it's not bad. I just prefer her older style, personally. I guess they will use her face since it's just 3 months later, but yeah, I agree about the hair, like she has in Revelations 2, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, seeing the mods made me realize, yeah, her face is actually great. It's just the hair that I feel could be modified to look a little bit more like her original self. Doesn't have to be one-to-one, but it does stand out when they did such a good job with Leon, Ada, Marvin, etc. She's the only one who looks like they kind of got creative in ways they didn't need to. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they change it up a little bit. It would be nice. The big one is going to be Steve. Steve is who I'm very curious with regards to like appearances, what they're going to do with him. Because when you look at Steve, his original appearance was kind of... he was definitely inspired by Leonardo DiCaprio. I know everybody thinks Leon was, because of the name and also the way he looked in the original RE2. But some stuff that I've read kind of implies that they might have actually taken more inspiration from River Phoenix for Leon. Which I can see. So, I fear about Alfred. I need him to be the psychopath he is. Oh god. Hold on. My connection is dropping. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, no, I think Alfred's gonna be fine. I don't think they're gonna change too much. I think the biggest thing with Code Veronica, because the thing with Alfred is that he was inspired by Norman Bates from Psycho. And I don't think they're going to have too much of a problem. The biggest issue with the original Code Veronica is the one line that Claire has, which was not actually in the original Japanese script. For whatever reason, Capcom USA added that, and I hate that line because it doesn't suit her personality at all. And I do think that they will change that. And I think they will be rather fine in terms of depiction, because even in the original Code Veronica, I don't think that Alfred was really depicted as particularly offensive. I think more tragic than anything, as tragic as, you know, a psychopathic villain can be anyway. And for example, in the Dark Side Chronicles, they retained all of the elements of his character. And I think they handled it a lot better. Because even Claire and Steve, in regards to how they like process that revelation, are a lot more respectful about it. They don't really say anything crazy about it. It's just more like they're surprised. And they're more thrown for a loop that... they're more thrown for a loop by Alfred in general, kind of seeming, at least at first, to be making everything up about Alexia. I dig that thing about Chris being so devastated by Wesker's fight that Claire has to finish off Alexia. Yeah, I think that would actually be great for Claire's character. Because initially, when I read that, I was a little bit sad, because I do like how they crisscross in that game, as to, like, which of the Redfields deals with which of the Ashfords. But then, after thinking about it, Claire really deserves that moment. And I think cordoning off a bigger moment for Chris and Wesker, to have that, like, settled in a certain way to really sell the effect of the fight, yeah, I think that works. I'd be fine with it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that line did not suit Claire at all, and I don't know why Capcom USA added that in, but I guess it was a sign of the times, so I'm glad that, thankfully, I feel that they will be a little bit better about that, because like I said, Dark Side Chronicles did not even go there, and it didn't suffer in any way for not going there. It was handled much better by both her and Steve's character, so I have faith that if that was 2009 Capcom, I think 2026 Capcom is going to be much better about it, so. I love the Redfield brothers versus Ashfords, but that is Claire's game. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Claire is not that kind of person at all. So, I don't think we have to worry about Capcom making that same mistake with regards to offensive comments. At least I would hope not, but I don't think that they will. I think, for example, just looking at the way that they redid some stuff in the RE2 remake, not that RE2 had anything like offensive in it, but like just how they managed to actually make things even more heartfelt in that game. I think they know how to handle more sensitive situations across the board with more tact than they did back then. And again, even in regards to that, that wasn't even Capcom, like the actual dev team's fault. So I think now that they have more of a unified approach in how they handle things, we won't need to worry about that. Which is great, because, yeah. I know it's been a big thing for people who are worried about the remake of Code Veronica, but I have faith that they'll handle things with class. What they did with Kendo and Marvin in 2 Remake made me wish they retconned their survival. Yeah. Yeah, they did a really good job with their characters, and it is sad that they did not survive. I do wonder what they will do with regards to Steve, though, because I want to see more of Steve's family, to be honest. Because even though we do see things about his father, obviously, we never do see anything about his mother outside of the photo he has. So I would really, really like to see either a flashback or more details about him, you know? Yeah, that's something I can see them changing. Which I would not be upset about. I feel like Steve... Part of the reason... Like, there's 2 characters, I think, in Resident Evil that get looked upon a certain way by the community for certain reasons. One deservedly so, the other not. Steve, I think, deservedly gets a lot of flack because, one, his acting is horrendous, and it just makes you unable to take his character seriously, first of all. And second of all, I think that he is depicted as very immature, which makes sense because he is very young, but it's in more obnoxious ways that kind of makes some people put off by his character. And even though I do think there's a good character at the core of it, in his original depiction, maybe less so. In Darkside Chronicles, I think they did a great job of making him a lot more likable, and relatable, and understandable. The other character that I do think gets unwarranted heat by people is Billy. I don't know why people hate Billy. I think he's a great character. I mean, we've talked about this before, but Billy, I feel, is somebody that people look at as though he is, like a lunkhead, and he's not at all. He just has muscles, but he's not at all depicted as like a meathead or anything. The worst thing that he does is taunt Rebecca at first, but he's only taunting her because, I mean, she points a gun at him immediately. So of course you're not going to be too happy with somebody who is threatening to arrest you and shoot you. But after they get over that, he stops being, you know, abrasive towards her. So there's really nothing to dislike about Billy. He's a pretty good character, in my opinion. As much as I trash Steve, he was the first Resident Evil protagonist to not be a paragon of goodness and courage and holy light. Guy had flaws, and I think that was fresh back in the day. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Because he was already dealing with a lot and kind of had more of an idea of certain things going on than other characters, so he was more cynical, you know? So I do hope that they retain that aspect, but couch it more in, you know, a dash of groundedness and relatability instead of making him so overtly immature. I do think he does need a degree of immaturity, since he's slightly younger than the other characters up to that point. But I don't think he needs to be so immature that he acts the way he does in the original game, especially at certain key points. But like I said, Darkside Chronicles already did a really good job of kind of taming that a bit. So I have faith that they're going to do a good job with Steve. I'm just curious about his appearance, to be honest. I can't even imagine, honestly, what they're gonna make him look like if they do any kind of deviation. But I am excited because, for example, I never would have imagined Carlos's redesign in the RE3 remake, and yet they did a very, very good job with him. So, yeah. I think people usually forget that his immaturity comes from pushing people out of fear of being hurt again like his father did. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But I think, like, when he's acting out because of that, it's more acceptable. I think those moments just kind of fell flat in the original for people because of the voice acting. But I feel like the other moments of immaturity, like him getting distracted while operating the crane, for example, is less understandable for people. That's the kind of immaturity I think they should rein in, for sure. But him acting out because of his problems with his family is something that they absolutely should leave in and expand upon. Just try to make it more relatable. And for example, the way that they handled Grace in RE9, I think shows that they will have no issues with depicting a character that is not going to be, like, overtly, it's not going to be overtly off-putting to people. Because they did a good job with portraying Grace as, like, an anxious character, for instance. And I've seen some people complain about her, but I think, by and large, the community really took to her. So I think they'll be a little bit more open-minded with Steve being less of a perfect character, just so long as the ways that he displays that is more emotional and less weird. We'll put it that way. Yeah, I hope the plane kiss and the poison pipe scene are left out, but his immaturity, I think it was a cool thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think they will have a good idea of what to do, because for all of the flaws that some of the remakes have had so far, even the RE3 remake, I feel like the one thing they've managed to get pretty well across the board is how the characters carry themselves. I feel like, if anything, they took away some of the nuance from Jill in the RE3 remake, which I didn't appreciate, but they never made her do anything that I felt was, like, over the top or ruined her, you know what I mean? So, like, yeah. Even when I've had some issues with, like, depictions or whatever, it's never felt like in betrayal of anybody. So I do have faith that they're gonna do a pretty good job with things. But yeah, exciting times ahead for gaming. Hopefully we get some other cool announcements at Summer Games Fest, and I guess Microsoft will probably have a show. Don't know about Sony, but I would assume so. And of course Nintendo. I don't really know what I want outside of the things that I listed. I mean, I could go for a new Xenoblade game for sure. I'd like to see Persona 6 finally. It's only been 10 years. I think we're ready for a new Persona game. But of course, I know that we have Persona 4 Remake still to get through. So the odds of us seeing Persona 6 are unfortunately not very high. But we'll see. I had one guy telling me they went woke with Jill making her trash the men in the game, and I was like, dude, do you realize that those men she trashes are soldiers from the company that gave her PTSD and covered everything up? Yeah, people throw that stupid word around. It's very, very annoying because they never have any idea what they're talking about. Like, yes, I'm sure you would be... whatever. And honestly, it's not even worth entertaining. I go off all the time about these kinds of people. Yeah. That doesn't even make any sense. But none of these complaints usually do. In fact, actually, I was seeing there's this game that just came out. I don't know too much about it because I do want to play it. Called Mixtape. And YouTube is just full of slander about the game because evidently it's not Like, it's not a very long game. I think it's only like 3 hours long. The short experience, and it's not even a full price title. And it's kind of like more of an interactive movie kind of thing. And I don't know, it looks cool to me. I think it looks really nice. It kind of has some Life is Strange vibes to it. And it's like a coming-of-age teen movie. And I like the visual style. It has a soundtrack that has a lot of great artists on it. And it just looks like a good time. So I do want to play it. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'd be able to actually play that one on stream because of the music. Unless I just didn't save the streams. And I definitely don't think I'd be able to do it through YouTube. Because I'd probably get pinged immediately unless I mute the audio. But I feel like that would probably ruin the experience. But it does look like a good game. And everybody is just mad. Really mad about this game because number one, IGN gave it a 10, which is like, who cares? And number two, of course, you have the usual dumb shits with throwing around words like woke and other fucking bullshit. Like, yes, we get it. You're a bigot. You hate everything that doesn't have to do with specifically your worldview. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. And then beyond that, they are upset because they feel like it's not much of a video game because it is like an interactive movie. And it's like, yes, there are many games that are like that. So it's not really surprising that, you know, it's like that. You just don't play it. I love the game Until Dawn. Until Dawn is more of an interactive film than it is directly a game. It has lots of interactivity. But it's more of a, like, playing a horror movie, you know? So who cares if this is like this? They're not charging you full price. I wish I had the kind of life where the only issues I ever had to worry about, to start a internet crusade over was that I just didn't enjoy a game enough. There are far worse things going on in my life and in the world in general to worry about such trivial things, but unfortunately... the world is what it is, so you know how this goes. But yeah, I've seen a shit ton of hatred with this game. People are saying it's being pushed because the game is released out of nepotism, but honestly, I don't think that means the product is bad. Yeah, I don't think it looks bad in the slightest. I think it actually looks really unique. It's pretty different from everything that has come out recently, but there's always a rush to find the next big game to clown on in order to get clicks from people who have never done anything creative in their life. And unfortunately, that is the norm. But yeah, I think it looks interesting and I do want to play it. I talked about this one, but there's another game called Inkombini that looks cute. It's like a, it's a game where you run a Japanese convenience store. And it has a little narrative to it, and it looks really, really relaxing and fun. And that's what I mean. There's so many, like... There's a nice variety of games coming out lately that are very different than a lot of what releases in, like, the mainstream. And I'm very happy for that. As usual, indie developers are the lifeblood of gaming in a wider context. And I do appreciate that a lot of these developers put their heart and soul into creating something that you would never see come out of something financially supported by much larger entities. That is very much appreciated. So I'm happy for this year having a good deal of releases in that vein. Still dying to watch you play Elisa. Yeah, that's still on my list along with Crow Country and some other games. There's actually one I came very close to buying that's on Steam that looks like fun. But I'm trying to be very wise with my spending. It's not expensive, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. Actually, speaking of spending, Twitch sent me another survey to do that I was supposed to be paid for. I have no idea if they'll actually come through because the last one that I did they gave me a code that didn't actually work. And the site for redeeming the code doesn't have any way to contact the staff, which is great. So I never got paid for that, so who knows? We'll see. But yeah. In any case, I think we've probably yapped enough. We'll probably get into our pre-game tarot card pull before we get back to trying to solve this mystery, which again, I did a lot of thinking about it, and I have a certain feeling about this case, and I can't wait to share those thoughts. But yes, we are going to go ahead and get to our tarot card pull. So today's card is the Three of Cups. The Three of Cups is a card that promotes, I should say it's in the upright position. But yes, the Three of Cups is a card that promotes gatherings and collaboration. So if you have a group of friends or close family that you like being around, this card is encouraging you to spend time with those people. Get together, have fun, talk, confide in each other, just have a good time. This card is pushing you to do this because you may need it right now in your life. And these are the kinds of activities that you will not, you can't put a price on, right? Hey, welcome in, Augustine. Hold on. First of all, congratulations on your first ever live stream. Give you a shout out. I was actually talking about you first thing when I went live. Yes, I'm very happy for you. I'm very proud of you. You did great. Especially for playing a such a difficult game. I've never played Celeste, but it definitely looks super challenging. So to be able to do that on your first stream and chat with everybody, that's something to really be proud of. I actually went the opposite direction. My first stream was me playing the first Resident Evil, because I was super comfortable with it, and I needed something to be able to kind of play like the back of my hand, that I know very well, and not have to fear about getting hemmed up in the game's difficulty. So I could focus on trying to commentate, since I had never done it before. So yeah, I think you did a great job. I don't know how much chatting I did. That doesn't even matter. The fact that you were able to sit there and play the game at all, while even talking sometimes, is great. Because it's very hard to do that. Before I started, I'd done that in real life. Obviously, like, had people watching me play games while talking, like in the same room. And you think that that's going to be kind of easily transferable to doing this on stream. And to a certain extent it is. But it's obviously a lot more difficult. Especially when you start getting people that you may not know coming in to see you and talk to you for the first time. And you're not really sure how comfortable you're going to be. So yeah, it can be very difficult and intimidating. Or if nobody is watching, you still need to talk and commentate because somebody might come in at any time. So you still need to develop that skill. And yeah, you'll have to start somewhere, and I think that you did a really, really good job. Better than me. So yes, I think you did very, very well. And I look forward to seeing more of your streams. Thankfully, I'm a yapper. Yeah, that's another place where we're the opposite. Because I am very bad at talking. So having that skill, that's going to take you very far. That is going to take you very far. So that is great. And also, I mentioned it when I was there, but everything looked fantastic. Your background, your starting soon screen, all of it. Very, very nice work across the board. I also like the overlay. The colors pop very, very nicely. And your model looked good too. I saw Landria pointing that out, and she was very correct about that. Oh my god, yes, Kiwi made the overlay. Oh, they did a great job. Yeah, it looked really, really nice. Yeah, you have, I saw what you meant about, like, the greens and the purples and stuff like that. You did a good job of blending it all, together. It's a very unique look that's very eye-catching. That was the only thing I actually commissioned. Yeah, it's cool that you're able to do so much yourself. It adds even more to the personality of the presentation. For sure. I like purple and green. Yeah, it's a very nice combination. I wish I was more well-versed in, like, color theory and things like that, so I could express myself on my opinions of it and what it makes me feel. But, I don't know, the green definitely brings a lot of life overall, because it just pops so nicely. And then the purple makes everything feel very cozy. That's actually part of the reason why purple is such a prominent presence in my own presentation, because I view it as very relaxing. And it's very easy on the eyes. So when you combine the two, it definitely gives a very fresh and easy feeling. So good choice. But yes, we were in the middle of the pre-game tarot card pull. The card was the Three of Cups. And it's a card that promotes collaboration and gathering with people that you know and love. And as I was saying, damn, I don't know if I can take more compliments. Too bad. But yes, if you know anybody that you really appreciate, you like being around and such, this card is encouraging you to spend more time with those people. And you know, you may be going through a tough time right now, or maybe not. Maybe things are okay, but your life could be even better spending it with people that you love. So try to make more time for those people, because you'd be surprised how much your life can improve, even if you're doing well, just by spending even more time with the people that you care about. So make time for them, and if they're reaching out to you, maybe take them up on that offer. Because you never know. And on top of that, that's why I'm here. That's why I love spending time with you too. And actually, funny you say that, because the other thing it encourages you to do, this is very interesting, is collaborate with those people that you care about. Sorry to interrupt with the tarot pull, but best Persona song in the series, yeah, Aria of the Soul is a great song. Perfect for a tarot reading, some might say. But this card actually is pretty indicative of positive results for endeavors in creativity if you're doing it with people that you know and care about. So if, again, you have anybody like that in your life, maybe ask if they're into something fun to do. You know, something like drawing or building something or whatever. Just do something creative and fun. And funnily enough, for us as VTubers, that could actually mean collabs. Which I haven't had a collab in a little while, so I do hope that that opportunity will arise very soon. So yeah, if you are a creator here in the chat, either an artist or a streamer yourself, maybe see if you can set up a collab with a good friend or something like that. Could be a good time, and yeah, you never know. So overall, a very positive card, definitely one that bodes well for your happiness overall. Which, in these tough times is very, very much appreciated. Speaking personally. So, that is our pre-game tarot card pull for the day. And I do hope that that resonates with some of you, because it is a very positive card. I did get good feelings pulling it. Actually made me smile when I saw it. So, yeah. That is that, and we are finally going to be getting to the game now. So let me go ahead and switch us over. Alright, here we are. Of course. You're very welcome. Alright, yes, I forgot we were still in disguise. So I've been thinking about this case. And here's my thoughts currently. My theory. I haven't had a chance to create a psych profile the way I did for the Nailman yet. I don't think I'd ask about a collab, but maybe off stream. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'd be up for it. But we can definitely hammer out the details together. I'll slip back into lurking now. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. So I haven't been able to make a psych profile for the killer yet. But I mentioned this earlier. Right now, my thinking is whoever did this definitely wanted the death to be very public. They were not really concerned about people seeing it. In fact, I think they wanted people to see it. They wanted it to be rather gruesome, which implies a good degree of malice. That might sound obvious, but the reason I point it out is because whoever did it, the perpetrator, used poison. And if you're going to go through the trouble of poisoning someone, you already have a bit of an advantage going that route in the way of it's not so outward. They could have used a poison that would have taken effect slower, so that she would have died, like maybe walking home or at home or something like that, as opposed to on stage during a play. They use an incredibly potent poison, one that made her start throwing up blood and then just drop. Very unsettling. So I don't think whoever did it was particularly worried about trying to do it in a covert manner. They wanted to humiliate her, and they wanted to make a point. Now, after looking at some of the evidence that I've compiled, and the overall setup of the stage, and the practicality of how anybody could even do this in the first place, I don't have the complete picture of how they did it, but some things have been made very, very apparent regarding what was possible and what wasn't, based on who was on the stage, who would have been able to have eyes on specific people, the placement of some of the props. We basically have an idea of what wasn't able to be done, so we can rule out a lot of potential methods of getting the poison into the glass. And given some of the things that we found out in the chemistry lab yesterday, like the fact that the drink itself was not poisoned before the play, and that the poison itself is only potent for 30 minutes before it completely, goes completely harmless, means that they had a very specific time frame to work with, and there are certain people who would not have been able to make it happen, given where they were and what their responsibilities were in setting up the play and managing it, whether they were on the stage performing, or they were managing the lights, etc. So I'm saying all of this to say, here's what I think. I think it's all three of them. Right now. I know that sounds maybe kind of crazy, but currently that's my theory. And I say this because when you look at the evidence we gathered, all of them had a photo of Aiko. In that photo, the original photo at least, it was all four of them together. After Aiko died, they clearly had a falling out, and each of them had a cut photo with them and Aiko, but they cut the other two girls, respectively, out of the picture. each. Each of these photos were being kept in a place that would have sentimental value to those specific people. One of them had it in their diary, the other one had it in their scrapbook, which was full of other details about the murder, or not about the murder, but about Aiko's death, which we believe was a murder. And the other one had it in her locker, which may not be the most, like, sentimental place, but it's still away from prying eyes, and it is a private location, right? You keep your belongings in there. People generally aren't looking, so it's not like it's a place you would put it specifically to try to get investigators to feel as though you cared about the person. Like to trick them. That implies that they actually did each have very strong feelings for Aiko individually. So even though they cut each other out of their lives, with her death, they still felt very positively about Aiko. Now, from what we also found out from that weird peacekeeper yesterday, is that Karin was the one that reported Aiko's death. She supposedly went up to the roof and she saw her supposedly jump. She was the last one up there. She didn't seem to be friends with Aiko. So one might assume that she could have pushed her. And the reason why we assume that this might be the case was because Aiko was the one who was in the lead for the top role. She was like the star of the club. And all of the other girls wanted that position. The big difference being all of the other girls were friends with Aiko, but Karin didn't seem to actually be friends with Aiko. So if anybody would have murdered her, she would have been the top suspect. That doesn't necessarily mean that she did it, but it would look bad, especially if they were all in the club together and they knew that she kind of had a mean streak to her, and that getting rid of Aiko would mean that she could potentially obtain that top role. Essentially what I'm getting at here is, I'm thinking that they might have put their differences aside for this one thing, specifically to commit this act of murder as revenge for what they perceived as Karin murdering the one girl that they all liked very much, despite their dislike for each other. You know what I mean? And this is reinforced by the fact that each of them are blaming each other outright, which would be very useful if you were trying to confuse investigators and anybody who would be giving witness statements. You put on an act. Like, I don't think it's fully an act. I do think that some of them, like, obviously they don't like each other, but I do think they made a pact to behave a certain way after the murder, intentionally to throw investigators off. Because anybody who would be interviewed about it would basically say, yeah, they don't like each other, and none of them are talking, etc. It would be very hard to lump them in together in that case. But for one specific individual to have committed this act of murder would be nearly impossible because of the circumstances concerning the poison, where it was located, how long it remains deadly, getting it to where it needed to be, and then the logistics of getting it into the cup. Which again, we now know it was not... The drink wasn't poisoned beforehand. It had to have been during the play. There was only one person who had the vantage point through which they were able to get the poison into the cup, but somebody also had to deliver it. And the person who had the vantage point of poisoning the drink couldn't move from where they were, not without being seen, and not in a timely enough fashion to retrieve the poison and get back to their post. There was only one person who could have fetched the poison and gotten back to the back of the stage to deliver the means through which they could poison the drink, and that was Yoshiko. Because the other one was on stage. So she couldn't move. we also found the script that was stashed away in Karin's locker that had the handwritten note saying that she would drink from whichever cup was first illuminated by the light. And of course, we know one of the suspects was manning the lights. And they also had a perfect vantage point to where the biggest thing is how would they have known which drink was the one that was poisoned, because in the play, the script has them shuffle the drinks randomly. However, if the person who actually administered the poison into the drink was standing up above, they would have been able to keep track of which drink had the poison in it, and then shine the light on that specific drink so as to warn the other actress not to take the poison sip. So having said all of that, right now I actually suspect that this is all three of them. At the very least, two of them. Because otherwise, this doesn't work. I'm still lurking, but that's a fascinating deduction. I hope that I'm onto something. Maybe it'll change as I get more clues. But that's what I'm thinking right now, at least. I feel like the real mystery is actually going to be who truly killed Aiko. I do have a stupid question. If three friends decide to poison someone in this game, each one of them brings a different poison, but they juggle the poisons before putting it in the cup that the victim will drink. Will Shinigami power kill the three of them, or would she be able to know which one of them is the poisoner? So with that, I would assume in that circumstance, she won't be able to do anything until we discover who the actual perpetrator is. And of course, we do that by going through the labyrinth, and there will be no question about who did what, because we'll see their, their labyrinth version. We'll have to, accuse them and go through the process of proving it, and then after that happens, they're pretty much caught outright. So I don't think it'll actually be a problem for her. Very cool deduction, lots of thought and psychoanalysis, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I know we were supposed to be done with yapping, but I did want to express that because I have been thinking about that all day. And I do think that is most likely the case right now. If I recall, the one who dies is whoever made the labyrinth, which means whoever made the mystery, yeah. Would the labyrinth be able to see which one is a poisoner, as a three don't really know which poison was selected? I do think in that situation, yeah. Because it would be, how do I put it? First of all, given the way that this was done, I don't think that's feasible, that anyone would be confused. Because from what we were told, the drink itself was not poisoned before, and there was no way for someone to go up on the stage to poison it. So there was only really one way to get it into the drink, which to me means it had to have been from above, which only really leaves one person who could have been the direct person to poison the drink. But I feel like the real technicality here is going to be, are we limited to the person that actually administered the poison, or will it be everybody who planned out the murder? That technicality might be important later, I don't remember. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Guess we'll find out. Let's go ahead and finally move forward. We need to get out of this disguise before the real one actually walks in here. Let's go talk to this weirdo again. By later, I mean later cases, not commenting on this one. Okay, got it. Oh my god.
You idiot! Don't come back here right now! This is bad!
Another elegant and highly intelligent beauty. What a surprise.
Welcome in, Bulgay.
Although
Thank
it
you for the
appears
change.
You were unable to copy what is in my head. Put your hands up.
Oh my
You
god.
must be the suspicious person wandering around the crime scene. I received word of you lurking about, and here we are. Who are you?
I love that Shinigami has her hands up too.
This is bad. What do I do? At this rate, both of us will be captured.
Master spy at work. Welcome in, Bulgay. Hope you're doing well this Friday evening. Put it in the door to open the palace.
Looks like you gotta surrender. And that's what you get for getting carried away. Although, if you apologize to me sincerely, I just might...
Help! Somebody!
What? What are you screaming for?
What are you?
Oh, this is smart, actually.
The imposter is right here. She's carrying a weapon. Hold on. That's the imposter.
Huh? What?
This teacher and I will evacuate the premises. Eliminate that threat at once.
Hey, welcome in, Purple. Nice to see you. Purple, did you eat today? I have to know because we have a new thing for anyone that does not eat. Actually, I did forget to mention I made a new command on Nightbot as well. Something else that was asked for. I'm always here and I can't remember if I did or not. Thank you, Sally. Sally did exactly what I was about to do. Just in case, Purple. Just preemptive striking. Yeah, this is actually very smart from Yuma to confuse them like this.
Hey, now what do we do? I didn't think that far ahead. Let's, go this way.
That's enough.
Oh, we didn't
As I
get far.
suspected, you can't copy what's in my head after all. Now reveal your true identity, otherwise you will be shot.
What's going on? Huh? Why is our teacher... Les, there are two of the same peacekeeper? What is happening? Yuma?
Yoshiko, Waruna, Kurane, Kurumi too. I was so close. I almost figured out who the true culprit is.
Now hurry it up. I won't give you a countdown before I pull the trigger.
Oh, wait! I'll do as you say.
A man?
You lot. I see. Detectives from the Nocturnal Detective Agency. In that case, you can both be disposed of right here and now.
What? Damn! I've got no choice.
What are you doing?
Get out of here, Yuma!
You will regret this in hell.
Shinigami, help me! I need your powers!
If I have to.
Yeah, it's about time. Goodness. We should have done this the minute that she, pulled the gun on us, honestly. I'll explain everything in a second, Purple. Yeah, for those of you who might be catching this game for the first time, this can be very confusing, but I'll explain in just a second. Card captor Sakura wink gothic.
I did it without thinking. He didn't even get on his knees or anything.
Well... Thanks, Shinigami. You saved me.
Don't mention it. After all, I'm compelled to help when people need me.
Whoa! What's this? What's going on?
Whoops. Looks like we got an unwanted straggler in here.
Unwanted indeed.
Who are you? More importantly, where do you live? What are your hobbies? What do you think of me?
Look at that! We have a hunting bag! Down the rabbit hole we go!
Yeah, that was much needed, Emerald. Okay, so here's I'll explain real quick. So in this game, we are playing as this guy named Yuma. We are a detective, and in this world, master detectives have certain abilities, right? And that's not actually true, Purple. Bulky's joking. So in this game, the master detectives actually have these abilities. They're kind of like supernatural in nature, or at least they seem to be anyway. And they all do different things that are helpful pertaining to discovering truths about a case. We don't actually know what our own ability is. We do kind of have a suspicion about what it is. But one thing that Yuma actually can do is he made a pact with a death god. So that girl's name is Shinigami. She usually looks like a cute little ghost, but when she goes into her full form, that's what she looks like. That's why we got the Sailor Moon-esque transformation scene. And only he can see her, except in situations like this where his partner, if he's actually like held the hand of the person he's investigating with, then they can see her too when she shows her true self. Right? So basically what she just did was take us into a different realm where anytime there's a murder mystery, it creates what's called a labyrinth. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you've played any of the Persona games, you can kind of think of it like the Shadow World or Palaces or Tartarus, like that, if any of that rings a bell for you. And once we enter this world, we cannot leave until we solve the mystery of who the murderer is in this respective case. So, yeah, it's a very imaginative game. It can be kind of hard to explain, but that is essentially what just happened. Yasuhiko's custom-made designer beanie is waterproof and cost him several months' pay. How expensive was it?
Ow! What's going on? Where are we? Is this hell? Martina must have shot me. No way. Why would I be in hell? Even when it comes to women, I always stop just shy of criminal activity.
Yeah, somehow I doubt that.
Calm down, Yasuhiko. This place is a mystery labyrinth.
Huh? A mystery what?
Oh, let me explain for a bit.
And he says literally the most irredeemable line I've ever heard, yeah. That's why he deserved that, devastating series of punches.
Were you listening, Yasuhiko?
Of course not.
Yeah, I was just doing some appraising.
Appraising?
Yuma, this babe is totally top tier. Where'd you meet a hottie like her? There's never a shortage of girls when you're around. You're the best wingman ever.
Master, this munchkin is an eyesore. You mind if I boon kill him now?
No, you can't.
Master, is that how it is between you two? You're making me jealous.
I hate him so much. Oh my god, he's useless.
I just explained everything to you, but you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, Jesus Christ indeed. He's so useless, man.
Let's hurry up and do, you know.
Huh? What does that mean? Is it something not family friendly?
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Yes, I am.
And yes, for those of you who may not have seen this, to explain this, before embarking on the trip through the labyrinth, we have to make this agreement. Because this right here gives us that. Which we're gonna need. In Japanese, Shinigami calls Yuma Goshujin-sama, which can also be like husband, so I think the original exchange there was Yasuhiko thinking they were married, hopefully. Interesting, I didn't actually know that.
I'm so excited. I feel like I just discovered a whole new kink.
Oh my god.
Hey, Yuma, me next, yeah? Let's swap places.
Sorry, but that's not possible. Shinigami's powers can only be used by whoever made a pact with her.
Still say a gun would be more useful. Well, it's funny you say that because in Danganronpa, you actually use truth bullets. So here you use a sword instead of that.
A pact? This goes even deeper than I thought.
I explained that earlier too.
Anyway, next up is materializing the solution key.
Wonder what he'll think about this.
Here you go, Master.
She's perfect. I'm in love.
Okay, I thought that would have grossed him out, but I guess not.
Really?
Alright, I've made up my mind. I have no idea what this mystery labyrinth thing is. But before we get out of here, I'll get you to fall in love with me.
If you decapitate yourself, then I would consider it.
Oh my god.
That can be easily arranged.
No, it can't.
I think it would be better if they left them unconscious. Yeah, I agree, Sally.
Now, let's set off to unriddle this mystery labyrinth. I'll target
Shaving
Mr.
his head.
Culprit who preys on the truth.
Right. This is the beginning of our battle for love.
Jeez, I hope this works out.
Well, I guess this will be interesting because so far Tetsuhiko has not been helpful in the slightest with figuring anything out. He's just been...
So, this is the mystery labyrinth. Oh, talk about creepy.
You'd know all about creepy. You would know all about creepy, Tetsuhiko.
Hey, why don't we just head back and grab something sweet?
Yeah, he hasn't been very helpful as a detective. His ability has been the only thing that has come in handy. So, I guess now we get to see if he actually has any intelligent thoughts going on in that head of his.
I prefer corpses and mysteries over sweets.
What? Hey! What? Hold on, wait for me! Don't leave me behind! Oh, by the way, Yuma, there's something I gotta ask. I don't remember how I got here. Is it because I'm in love?
It's not love, it's the mystery labyrinth. When an outsider enters the mystery labyrinth, their memories are sealed away.
This isn't gonna mess up my brain, is it? Am I gonna be alright?
What difference does it make? Your brain is already messed up.
And this is true.
Anyway, are we at the exit yet?
We just got here.
The other thing too, for those just witnessing this, we have to solve the mystery now. Like, the trade is, if we come in here, we're not allowed to leave until we solve the mystery. If we fail to solve the mystery, we die. So, there's no getting out unless we figure out who committed the murder. So we're locked in, literally.
Oh, if only there was a brave, strong boy around. I would swap my master for him in a heartbeat.
Huh? You can do that? Alright! Now I'm getting pumped up!
Oh, off he goes. I wonder if he'll be okay.
Who cares? He's just gonna slow us down anyway.
Win or die, yeah.
Oh, he's back.
We've got trouble, Yuma! There's something up ahead!
Was it a cue? Did it look like a tiny creature?
No, it's a witch! A witch is about to execute somebody!
Execute?
Mysteriful! Let's take a look!
You're going toward it? Not running away? Seriously?
I would execute him if I could, so... Perhaps it was me he saw. But I think it's pretty obvious who it's gonna be.
Over there! There, see?
Yep.
Damn, that witch is scary!
That's a mystery phantom. They're mysteries given form that try to block us from reaching the truth.
They appear in the form of someone interfering with the investigation.
Now that you mention it, that witch kind of looks like the peacekeeper Martina. She's the one hiding the truth?
What is she doing over there?
I shall now commence the execution.
Sorry if you heard that plane, by the way. That was really loud. I had to mute for a second.
All criminals must be purified by the holy fire of darkness.
I do have to say, I like the, dripping makeup of the upside down crosses. That's a really cool design. Very, very nice job by the artist.
Kurumi? Fan service? Nice.
Okay, he needs to be... God.
So she's pinning the crime on the black-chested Uggo, then killing her to cover up the truth.
This is terrible. We have to save her.
Relax, this is the mystery labyrinth, remember? That's not actually her.
But still, I can't leave her like this.
You dare intervene in this execution? Anyone who defies the peacekeepers will suffer the same fate!
Don't let any shady statement slip by.
Repel. Mystery phantoms sometimes hide the truth within a statement. Use repel in these situations to get to the center of it all. Alright, we got a new mechanic.
You're in the way. You're a detective? How foolish. Get in my way and you'll be executed. You dare defy me? It's clear who the culprit is.
That claim doesn't hold up. Clear? That's impossible. You don't have any evidence.
You're a fool to defy peacekeepers. Very well. Allow me to educate you. The truth is already apparent.
Let's see, what should I load up with? Wine bottle, wine glasses, chemistry lab poison. Alright, well we're not gonna know until we see what kind of lies she spouts, but I think I'm gonna keep with the wine bottle for now.
The culprit must be Kurumi. Prior to the performance, she switched the wine with the juice.
Alright, skip that.
The truth is already apparent. The culprit must be Kurumi. Prior to the performance, she switched the wine with the juice. At that moment, she mixed in the poison to commit the crime.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Or not. That was before the performance began, more than 45 minutes, okay. Alright, so I guess we need to use this one, although I feel like that would have worked, given the fact that
Truth is already apparent.
it was not even detected.
The culprit must be Kurumi. Prior to the performance, she switched the wine with the juice. At that moment, she mixed in the poison to commit the crime.
I'll slash through this mystery. The toxicity of the poison used in this crime is neutralized 30 minutes after being exposed to open air. But Kurumi switched out the wine before the performance began, meaning more than 30 minutes had passed. So even if Kurumi had mixed in the poison, by the time the incident occurred, it would have been completely neutralized. Which means Kurumi isn't the culprit.
You're right, actually, yeah. It's kind of weird that both of those things would have worked, I think, there, but I can understand that that one is more of definitive proof. Even if they both kind of lead to the same conclusion, in truth.
Alrighty, I'll save Kurumi. Leave it to me. Hey, wait! It's all right now. Hey, aren't you getting kinda cold? I'll warm you right up.
It's the victim, Cotton.
I am the culprit who killed me. The truth is, this was a suicide. I put in the poison myself. I killed myself. I'm so sorry!
I'm sorry too!
No, it wasn't a suicide. I won't let her take the blame just to end this investigation.
What is going on here? Alright, let's look at the evidence real quick. There are no external injuries, and given the circumstances, it's likely she died from drinking the poison. Poison vial, empty from the beginning. It's dry and shows no signs of ever being wet. If the lid is loose and it can easily spill... its lid is loose and it can easily spill. So it wasn't filled, even with colored water. And then Karen's manner. Karen was more tense than usual prior to the start of the performance, pacing restlessly and yelling at underclassmen who were slow to make preparations. Alright, we're gonna have to listen to what she says first before we have a definitive choice, but I'm gonna go with this for now.
It was just a suicide! It wasn't a homicide! It's all my fault. I wanted to die on stage. I put real poison in the vial.
No, you didn't.
This is the truth.
No, the vial used on stage was just another prop. It was empty. There was no poison in it. As a matter of fact, the vial was dry. There definitely weren't any signs of it being used. So it's impossible to commit suicide using that vial.
Oh, did you get it? Really dodged the bullet there. I was about to make my move.
Right.
You shouldn't approach women in the mystery labyrinth. This isn't the real world.
You shouldn't approach women at all. Desuhiko.
I didn't expect you, of all people, to warn me about ladies. This mystery labyrinth is terrifying. Hang on. Why was it impossible to have been a suicide? Even if the vial wasn't used, she still could have drank the poison herself.
The only thing Cotton drank from on stage was the shattered glass. Even if Cotton added in the poison, there's no guarantee she'd be the one to drink it herself. It's not how someone who wanted to die would go about it.
Gotcha. I don't remember the play, so I didn't know it got shuffled. Hang on. Wouldn't the same be true for the culprit? If the glasses on stage were switched around, there's no guarantee the victim will take the poison one, right?
Actually, there is.
Oh, maybe the killer wasn't aiming at Karen specifically, but just wanted either actress to die.
I can't completely rule that out.
That's gotta be it. I'm a genius, even without my memories. What do you think, Shinigami? You, wanna dump your master for me?
I'm not sure. through this mystery labyrinth?
Yeah, of course. I'll grab a taxi or whatever to take you.
My god. Where do you think you're gonna find one of those? I like that you said one of your original considerations. Yeah. Yeah, it goes to show how much thought that they put into designing these. There's so many different possibilities, and they seem to consider all of them. At least a good amount of them.
What the? Turn on the lights! Huh? What is this place? It looks like the school. And there are 3 doors?
Looks like it's up to me.
There it is again.
Huh? Whoa! This isn't okay at all. This could kill me.
And yes, also for those of you who haven't seen this process before and might be confused by that, when we're in the labyrinth, in order to expose the different possibilities or questions pertaining to the investigation, Shinigami slits my throat with a scythe.
Never mind that. Look. It seems the roots are separated based on the howdunit aspect of the case.
What do you mean, how done it?
Lovely indeed. I do really like it stylistically. I think we talked about it before, but it reminds me a little bit of Persona 3 with the evokers. I just really do love when media uses these what would ordinarily be like graphic depictions of mutilation in stylish ways that betray your expectations as to what the outcome will be for doing these things. Very, very cool.
What? You're a master detective and you don't know? Don't tell me you're a howdunit virgin! Ew, gross!
Oh, wait, I know what this is. I was just testing Yuma since he's a trainee. Well, Yuma, did you figure it out?
It's about how the crime was done, right?
Yep, and once we solve all 3 hows for the crime, the final route, the conclusion of the whodunit, should appear.
And who done it is about the culprit's identity. If we figure out how the poison was applied, it'll identify the culprit.
Nice. You sure know your stuff. So, which way should we go?
We'll probably have to explore all of them, so I'll let you pick the order, Master. I suggest we start with whatever route has the easiest answers, so we can solve it quickly.
Okay. So here's the thing. We've got 3 questions here. How is the poison mixed into the glass? How was the poison brought to the theater hall? How was the poison glass chosen? So we know, at least I believe we know, how the glass was chosen. I think initially it was chosen at random in the sense that, one of the drinks was just chosen to be poisoned, but the one that was decided upon was chosen with the use of the spotlight. Because somebody was obviously watching to see which of the 2 glasses that was poisoned. They were watching to see how it ended up arranged after the shuffling. So that one's probably the easiest. Now, how the poison was brought to the theater hall and how the poison was mixed into the glass are the 2 bigger questions. And I feel that we're pretty close to an answer on that. But we're going to start with the one all the way on the right, because I feel like that is probably the easiest one. But hold on, let me talk to them first. See what they
Don't
have to say.
overthink it. We'll just have to take care of them one by one.
Come on, hurry up and decide!
Alright, let's go with this one.
the poison glass chosen?
Jeez. Everywhere we go is mega creepy. Is there somewhere we can take a break?
Rest wherever you want. In fact, you can rest for all of eternity. Anyway, how did the culprit get the victim to choose the glass with poison in it? The glasses were mixed around on stage, after all.
Would you mind telling me the sequence of events that happened when the glasses were shuffled? It's no fair otherwise.
I don't know about being fair, but here's exactly what happened. The Duel of Poison's cup scene began around 45 minutes into the performance. At the start, the victim, Karin, brought the glasses and bottle from the shelf that's on the set. Karin then took out the poison vial from her pocket and poured it into one of the glasses. But the vial was just a prop. It didn't have any real poison in it. After that, the glasses were shuffled.
Whoa! What's going on here? It's not like we're trying to find the lost ark or something.
I wasn't expecting an Indiana Jones reference.
It's all right. We can keep going by solving mysteries.
Right, now concentrate.
All right.
This must be it. The two people on stage who took turns shuffling the glasses were Lorna and Karin. Must be it! The first person to choose a glass was Karin. This must be it! Lorna placed her mouth on a glass, but she didn't die. Which means only the glass Karin chose contains poison. This way!
I thought I was done for.
Yeah, quit being lazy and get a move on. Hey, are you sure that only the glass Cotton took had poison in it? Isn't it possible both of them were poisoned?
Warrena drank from the other glass and didn't die. That has to mean only Cotton's glass had the poison.
Then how did the culprit get Karin to pick the glass with the poison? Well, maybe the culprit wasn't after Karin specifically. They didn't care who wound up drinking the poison.
I'm not sure about that. I think Cotton absolutely was the
I forgot to post my blue sky post. I just did it now. Alright, this is boarded up. Let's go through here. Don't tell me this is a Princess Bride scenario. You didn't fail me, it's okay.
Hey, this one's a cutie.
Look at his hair, look at his hair, look at his hair, look at his hair.
She's totally my type. Ah, my heart. I am in love.
Let me tell the truth. The culprit is Warrena.
Seriously? Thanks for telling us.
They're both poisoned, I just have an immunity. No, I don't think it's that. Honestly, the other glass, I don't think it was poisoned. Only one of them was. But they used sleight of hand in order to obscure which one of the glasses was poisoned. I think the poison was actually administered from above and then watched very closely to see which of the glasses the poison happened to fall into, so that when they were shuffled, the person who was managing the lights could illuminate the poison glass first, which, you know, basically it didn't matter which end of the table it happened upon, because the script only said that Karin was supposed to drink from the first glass illuminated by the light. So it's just a coincidence that it ended up in front of her, is what I think.
You're so gullible! She's obviously lying!
You're serious? That was a lie?
It's no lie. Waruna knew which glass was poisoned. Either the glass with the poison was filled just a bit higher up, or she marked the right glass beforehand. Knowing that, Waruna prompted Karin to select the glass which contained poison.
Prompted her? How?
Only the two of them were on stage. She could guide Karin through the scene. Before or after each line of dialogue, she could have easily signaled her with gestures or glances.
Yeah, and see this right here? I think they're gonna all blame each other, but they're all in on it. And they mentioned what you said with maybe marking glasses too. Yeah. Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They laid out a lot of possibilities with subtle hints, but they're all red herrings.
Yeah, that checks out. I don't think she's saying anything super questionable.
The glass?
Could this be?
I get it. We have to pick the right one. I'm counting on you, Yuma.
Right.
Okay, so I hope they don't try to trick question me on this one. I do think she knew, but only because she knew, because of the spotlight. I don't think she knew beforehand. So this is a yes by technicality.
This way.
Or not? Okay, so... Okay, now I'm curious to see how they frame this. Because I do think she knew which one was poisoned, yes. But not like beforehand. She knew the minute that the light was shined upon the one on Karin's side. Unless I'm just wrong, but we'll see.
Pick that glass! I told you Waruna is the culprit!
I suppose they were asking before the light came on. Yeah, they must be, which... Yeah, I wish they'd be a little more specific about that, because... if it was premeditated, which clearly it was, unless maybe, again, maybe Waruna was not in on it. It could have only been the other two, which is a possibility. And maybe that's the trick here. But if all three of them were in on it, then she definitely knew which glass it was because of the light. But I guess we'll see.
Why? Don't you believe me? Why doesn't anyone believe me?
Oh, wait, don't cry. I'm completely helpless against woman's tears.
Yeah.
But Karin filled the glasses. Waruna wouldn't have been able to tell which one had poison just by the amount of liquid.
Well, how about marking the glass itself?
No. The prop master testified that there wasn't a single mark on either glass.
No, they were spotless. We can't let anything happen to the glasses our actors use.
It was sort of like Chapter 0, where there was one question where neither answer would damage you, since the question itself was a bit of a technicality. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, in the end, I could still be wrong. Again, maybe it's only Yoshiko and Waruna that did it. So maybe she really genuinely just had no clue. But if I happen to be right about all three of them being in on it, she did technically know, but... I get their way of thinking, it's just a little confusing. But again, that only really applies if I'm right about all three of them being in on it.
Oh, really? I'm surprised you investigated that much. Are you sure you're a rookie, Yuma? It was all thanks to your forte. So it's thanks to me. I knew it.
I didn't lie! No one believes me! Everyone else is lying! Why won't you believe me?
Point taken. I mean, I'm very curious. I know you know the answer, so you must be smiling right now watching me try to figure this out. Something I find interesting about this, though, and what I suspect, is something this game is doing very, very well, as someone that really, really enjoys true crime. They have woven a lot of aspects of, like, actual crime solving into it, which, you know, obviously. But what I mean is, they've adapted it into these, like, imaginative ways very well. And you may not realize it. So, for instance, if my theory is correct, I think we're going to get the others doing the same kind of thing here. And this kind of mirrors, like, the interrogation process. If you've ever watched police interview or interrogate people, and how they'll sometimes get, like, if there's multiple suspects, they bring them to the interrogation rooms and then they start blaming each other. And at times, they do this to, you know, confuse them so that they can try to prevent the police from getting to the actual story by all pointing fingers at each other. And that's what I think they're trying to do essentially here. It is fun to see someone else go through the deduction process, yeah. Yeah, I always like seeing people play like Danganronpa and stuff and see how they try to figure it out too. Especially you. You are knowledgeable in crime stuff, it seems. Thank you. It's like in an Among Us game when the two killers are blaming each other. Yeah, exactly.
Of the real world, right? Then maybe what she's crying about is...
A reflection of the real world.
Then she must have grown up surrounded by a bunch of scumbags. That's it. I'll warm her up with my charisma once we're back in the real world.
That is exactly what a scumbag would say.
Yeah, and what they're doing, again, if I'm correct, is a typically ill-fated, though sometimes it does work, tactic to throw the investigators off the trail by outright just blaming each other, as opposed to denying, like, involvement. They'll deny their own involvement, but they'll point the fingers at each other to keep investigators scratching their heads, essentially. And, I think that's what they're attempting to do here. That's the Hail Mary play they're going for, but I think we have enough evidence to figure it out, but we'll see. Almost thought he would say something good there. Yeah, but I guess you can always depend on him to say something sleazy.
Anyway, the two glasses got shuffled, right? So odds were 50-50. Maybe she just relied on luck. If she hit her target, perfect. If not, who cares?
Doubt it.
But it's impossible to get the victim to pick a specific glass after shuffling them. Man, why did the culprit even do this? It's way too much trouble to pull off a murder in the middle of a performance. That's it. Maybe there's a reason why it had to be done during the play.
Huh? What do you mean?
I do like his English voice actor, though. Yeah.
Had to make the victim choose the poison glass on stage for some reason.
There you go, another thing you pointed out.
If that's the case, there could be a trick involving the stage itself.
Yes, the lighting and the script. The lighting, the script, and the scaffolding above.
So, now we gotta prove how the poison glass was picked. You got this, Yuma?
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Oh wait, never mind. I thought they were going to be like, and they wanted everyone to see it happen. I hope it does come up. I thought they were going to lean into that as well, because I do think that that is the reason why they did it here. Had the culprit may carry and choose the poison glass.
Here! This is it! That's right, the spotlight. The culprit used the spotlight to get caught in to select the poisoned glass.
The spotlight? How?
The culprit told Cotton to take whichever glass the spotlight hit first. As a matter of fact, Cotton's script had a note written in her own handwriting. It said, "Take the glass the spotlight hits first."
No way!
The table was directly under the catwalk with the spotlight. So from here, you could see how the shuffling was done.
If you know that much, then it's pretty much solved. It can't be me! It's not me!
It's not me!
Someone who managed the lighting during the performance indicated the poison glass to Cotton. Kurane. She was in charge of the lights on the catwalk.
Yes, but there's no way that she could have done this by herself.
I knew it was you!
Whoa, what's going on?
I always thought you were gloomy and creepy, but I didn't think you'd actually murder someone. On top of that, you used the sacred props from our play. I knew you'd murder someone one of these days. Why don't you take responsibility and just die? Everything would be better if you just disappeared.
I didn't do it. I'm not the culprit.
It's not supposed to be like this! Why can't everyone be nice to me?
Alright, here we go.
Not the culprit. That's who should be. You committed the crime.
You're the worst, Kurane. You used
Alright.
the sacred stage for murder.
Alright, let's look through the keys real quick. Costume staff testimony. The costumes were given a final check in the wings before the performance. It would have been impossible to hide something under them. Production manager's testimony. It was Kurane's idea to shine the spotlight on the wine glass after the shuffling scene. Lighting staff testimony. There was nothing unusual about Kurane during the performance. She went up the catwalk before the play and stayed there for the duration. I'm thinking it's going to be this one right here. Because she could not have retrieved the poison.
You slipped the poison into the glass, didn't you? You knew which glass had the poison. So you just shined the spotlight on it. Kurane is the culprit after all! Say,
According to the solution key, Kurane was on the catwalk for the
In that
duration.
case,
Okay, so this is interesting.
Not the
So I use it on the second thing there. So this is gonna be curious in terms of who actually administered the poison.
Poison is neutralized after 30 minutes, but the murder occurred 45 minutes into the play. In other words, the poison had to have been poured into the glass after the play began. But Kurone was up in the catwalk even before the play started. She was up there the whole time, too.
Notably, she's still a human while Yoshiko and Waruna became mystery phantoms, yeah.
If that's the case, it's impossible for Kurone to have poured the poison.
Oh, everyone's gone.
Wait, what's going on? Kurone isn't the culprit? Didn't you say Kurone used the spotlight to get Karan to pick the poison glass?
Yes, but she couldn't have poured the poison into the glass herself, which means she can't be the culprit.
So that means the culprit is... I don't get it at all! I give up!
This is such a far cry from working with Halara.
Well, the path keeps going, so let's think about it as we go.
Now the curious thing
That
is,
sword
who
sure
would
is
have been
sharp,
able to
Yuma.
do it?
Can you cut through anything with it?
The solution blade is effective on anything inside the mystery labyrinth. Finger master, and he'll cut you in half.
Don't do it, Yuma! You and I are pals, aren't we? My man!
I'd never do anything like that.
Yeah, I know that. I just had a gut reaction to what she said, you know?
Ugh, we could have threatened him into becoming Master's loyal slave.
Yeah, I miss Halara a lot in this chapter. Still liked it though. Yeah, it's a great chapter. I like the atmosphere of everything. Obviously, it feels very Danganronpa with the school setting, but I don't know, it has this overwhelming sense of melancholy to it.
What's going on here? It's a dead end.
It doesn't seem like there's a hidden question here. This really is a true dead end.
A true dead end?
It means you can't reach the truth just by answering, how was the poison glass chosen?
Then it was all a waste of time? Well, they should have at least left us a treasure chest or something. Hey, Yuma, it's your fault for picking this route. What?
Well, reaching a dead end is expected inside a dungeon. Think of it as stamping out one possibility and move on.
Oh, totally. Oh, you are always right, Shinigami.
You change your tune awful quick.
For now, let's head back to where the roots change. Time for a convenient magical spell. Your voice amplified and echoes across the area.
That's it?
Yep, that's it. Now hurry up and pick another one, Master.
I just wanted to see what would happen.
No point in rushing.
Let's take it nice and slow. Who wants a break?
We can't do that. There's a time limit to solving the mystery labyrinth.
Time limit? What happens when it runs out?
Well, your soul leaves your body and you're trapped wandering the mystery labyrinth forever. In the end, your soul will be absorbed into the mystery labyrinth and you disappear. In other words, you die.
Yuma, come on. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Master, which route do you want to take next?
Alright, the one I'm most curious about is how the poison was mixed into the glass, but... let's go with this.
How was the poison brought to the theater hall? You sure about that?
The other one feels like a more fitting finale.
So, our goal here is to answer the question, how was the poison brought to the theater hall? Speaking of, where did the poison used in the murder come from?
The chemistry lab in the school. It's a highly toxic experimental chemical.
Why not just take it from the chem lab and keep it hidden in your clothes or something?
The chemicals bottle was huge, so it's difficult to carry around in secret.
Then they must have swapped the containers and brought it to the theater. That's gotta be it.
Snap out of it! It's time you showed off the fruits of my mentorship! Come on, concentrate, concentrate!
There was a wet paintbrush in the chemistry lab. The culprit used it to carry out the poisoning. They took the poison out of the lab by applying it with the brush.
Come on, concentrate, concentrate!
The missing glass could be brought to the theater hall without drawing suspicion. The culprit poisoned the glass and brought it to the theater hall.
You can do it, Master!
This way!
The culprit replaced the poisoned glass with the prop glass.
Alright, I see. That was the thing I wasn't sure about, but having it laid out like that makes a lot of sense.
I thought I was gonna have a heart attack.
We're not done yet. It's just getting started.
At least we now know how the poison was brought in. The culprit used a paintbrush from the chemistry lab and directly applied the chemical onto the backup glass.
Yeah, if it's the same kind of glass as the prop on stage, it could be brought into the theater without suspicion.
But the chemical is only lethal for 30 minutes, right? Even if it was prepared before the performance, it takes about 45 minutes before the Duel of Poison Cup scene. That's way too late!
Right, so how about that, Yuma?
Hang on. There is one person who could have brought the poison in before it expired.
And, you're supposed to pick the right one here, yeah? Can you do it, Yuma?
Yeah, you can count on me.
I was in the audience the whole time!
No, you aren't, but I want to see what the others have to
I
say.
couldn't do it from the stage!
That is correct.
There's no way I could have done that!
That is also
I was
correct.
in the
It's you.
audience the whole time!
So immediate.
Yoshiko, it was you, wasn't it?
What? Me?
The only way to use a poison with a 30-minute expiration, 45 minutes into a play, is to bring it during the performance. But Warna was acting on stage the whole time, and Kurine was managing the lights on the catwalk. But Yoshiko, You were working backstage, so you were the only one who could move about freely. In fact, you arrived late to the theater hall after the performance had already begun. You were about 15 minutes late, which is 30 minutes before the duel of poisoned cups. Just enough time for the poison to be lethal.
So it was you.
You brought the poison and got Cotton to drink it.
No, it's not me.
Hey, she ran away! Yuma, after her!
Hey, you can't get away that easy! My master loves hunting down prey on the run!
Not a dog!
Which way'd she go?
What was the glass put in to be transported? Pouch, the pocket of a school uniform. I'm trying to remember. She did have her uniform on, right? No, she didn't.
As a production assistant, Yoshiko always had a bag with her. In it, she carried the glass with poison brushed on. The glass would be small enough to fit in the bag, and even if someone saw it, she could say it's just a prop.
I see. So she prepared for the murder while in her role as a production assistant. But you know what? It doesn't feel right chasing after a girl like this.
That's shocking coming from you, Yasuhiko. She's wearing the usual uniform, but the pouch is large. Got it.
Seriously. Hey, time to cough it up!
You chase them all the time, exactly.
Not me. I didn't do it.
You think crying will save you? Well, you're right. You're so cute. Hey, come here.
Oh my god.
Knock it off, Yasuhiko!
Oh, it's all good. With my kind of charisma, I can make anyone a fan. She might even lead us all the way to our goal.
Why do you always get all the attention, Yoshiko?
You're such an ass-kissing bimbo.
Holy shit.
Were you jealous when Cotton took your spot?
Is that why you killed her?
Oh, Kurene looks really cool. Emerald, may I send you a PM about a question about the game that could be highly spoiled?
Hypocrite!
What? Hey, that's way too mean. Even if she is the culprit, I'm sure she has a heartbreaking reason why.
I didn't do it! I'm not the culprit!
Kurene's got green hair, yes. Yeah, she looks super cool. Is it bad I like Kurene? She is cool. I hate that she's involved in this. Because sadly, I don't, I'm still believing in my theory that all three of them did this, to be honest. But we'll see.
I'll be direct with you.
The hypocrite Yoshiko is the culprit!
Okay, let's look at the keys real quick. Wadano is acting during the performance. Of course, it would have been difficult for her to purposely poison Cotton. Yoshiko always watches plays beginning to end, but for this performance, she arrived late to the theater hall. She sat right at the edge of the front row and didn't leave before the blackout. As a member of the lighting crew, Kurene was standing on the catwalk above the stage during the performance. And then we have Karen's Manor again. Alright, we're gonna have to listen to everything they say first, because I'm not really sure which one we're gonna use here. So let's stick with this one for now.
Only you could have brought the poison.
Jump too soon.
No, no, no! I'm not the culprit! Yoshiko take the poisoned glass. And switched out the glass on the shelf. Secretly in the dark.
Nope.
The truth.
When Yoshiko returned to the theater hall, she sat at the right edge in the front row for the rest of the show. She would have had to move from the audience onto the stage to reach the shelf and swap glasses. But that's impossible. The lights were only out for 5 seconds. Even if she ran over, someone would have heard her footsteps. So Yoshiko couldn't have been the one who swapped the glasses during the performance.
Oh, she disappeared. So Yoshiko wasn't the culprit?
She did bring the poison from the chem lab into the theater, though, right? The method was already explained. But still, she's not the culprit?
If she couldn't have swapped the glasses on the shelf, she can't be the one who committed the crime.
Let's keep going for now. There may be more ahead.
All this is making me scared of women. I wish Shinigami would comfort me.
Oh, but I'm committed to Master.
Oh, damn it! I should give up my memories and sign a pact with the Death God too, then! Quick, Yuma! Punch me in the back of the head as hard as possible!
Let's not.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to that offer. Since you asked so nicely.
Damn. No matter what we try, it's always a dead end.
Are you sure that's the case? What if there's something that makes the wall collapse?
Doesn't seem like it. Nothing can be done here.
One more question to answer.
So this doesn't lead to who it is, even if we solve how was the poison brought to the theater hall?
Seems that way. We should turn back for now. With my magic, we'll be there in a snap.
Alright.
Alright, time to start over. Which route do you want to pick?
Now we go for the big question. How was it mixed into the glass? We make a quick save, because we have not saved in quite a bit. Alright, let's go.
Are you sure you want to take the how is the poison mixed into the glass route? And don't blame me if you die.
So, we're gonna solve the mystery of how was the poison mixed into the glass. Actually, I was thinking about that. Maybe it's wrong to think the poison was in the glass itself.
Yeah, the Peacekeeper said the same thing.
The poison was only found on the victim's glass.
Oh, right! If that's the case, it narrows down the possibilities for how by a lot.
But don't let your guard down. Unriddling a mystery labyrinth is never so simple.
Before the floor falls out, let's take a look at our keys real quick. On rehearsal days, props are transported from the theater club's underground storage right after school. The wine glasses have been upside down on the stage shelf since then. The props are set up on stage at least 1 hour before the performance. The student in charge of the props placed the wine glasses. They were spotless at the time. Poison was detected in the glass held by the victim, but the other glass had no such traces. The bottle doesn't contain wine, but grape juice. Kurumi made the switch. Before she went to go see Yuma, fellow theater club members asked Kurumi to help after school. She was handed an unopened wine bottle that she opened and emptied, pouring the wine into the sink. She then poured a can of grape juice she bought at the cafeteria into the bottle. After that, the bottle and the glass were placed on the shelf before the performance started. No poison was detected in or on the wine bottle. So we know about this. There was nothing in the vial. It was empty. Shuffling of the glasses. The script contains these instructions. Anatoly shuffles glasses. Note, make sure that the audience cannot see the glasses. This presentation makes the result feel unpredictable to the audience. If the glasses were in plain sight, no matter how fast they were shuffled, it would be easy for the audience to tell which had the poison. The script notes to shuffle the glasses a few times, but it does not direct which one to take. Because of this, one can tell that neither Karen nor Waruna knew the results of the shuffling. However, both members of the lighting crew could see how the glasses were being shuffled from the catwalk above. After the shuffling was done, Kurene shined a spotlight on one of the glasses, and an underclassman overlapped that light with another. We used this one already, but Yoshiko was sitting at the edge and didn't leave before the blackouts. Kurumi testified that from the wing she did not see anything suspicious about Waruna, who was listening to music to concentrate until the performance began. As far as Kurumi knows, Waruna did not go anywhere near the glasses or bottle before the performance. Right after the scene when the lights went out, Waruna approached the shelf to take a plate. Her back was turned to the audience, so her hands were not visible for about 2 or 3 seconds. Would it really be possible to pour poison she had hidden on her person in that time frame? Karen transported the glass and bottle and prepared the poison vial. After shuffling the glasses, she was the first to pick one. Considering these details, it would be difficult for Waruna to intentionally have poisoned Karen. Okay, we saw this already with Kurene. Karen's corpse, there's no external injuries, and given the circumstances, it's likely she died from drinking the poison. Karen's manner. She was pacing and yelling at underclassmen before the performance. Says, however, she's been this way since Aiko's death. Something to keep in mind as well. Stage blackout. During the performance, there was a blackout and the entire hall went dark. There was not enough time for anyone besides the actors to go on stage during that time. Catwalk. From the catwalk, the table directly below can be seen. Although the audience can't see the shuffling of the glasses, it can be seen from the catwalk. Thank you for the hydrate, Emerald. And the posture check. Thank you for the whole the whole care package there. The poison thought to be used in Karen's murder. The bottle has a label that says this chemical will react to oxygen in open air, rendering it harmless 30 minutes after the bottle is unsealed. Another glass. Since their thin stems can easily break, she purchased a total of 4, including backups. According to the prop master, there were 2 spare wine glasses on a shelf in storage, but one went missing. The same type of glass as the one used in the play was in Yoshiko's locker. Let's see. Since the lighting crew requires perfect teamwork, if one of them had done something unusual, it would have been immediately noticed, so that's just about Kurene. The photos, which we talked about. This is the one that's curious to me. and what might end up being our literal smoking gun here. A water gun that looks like a real gun. There's a hole for adding water on the top. Costumes were given a final check in the wings right before the performance. It would have been impossible for Waruna or Karen to hide something under their outfits. Alright, we already figured out the paintbrush. If we already know that the wine glass was brushed, what is the meaning of the water gun? Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, because the eyedropper didn't have... At least it didn't seem to have a purpose, because they were all clean. But maybe there will be something else pertaining to this. More pictures, a scrapbook. Alright. Well, we're just gonna have to go and try to see if we can figure it out on the fly then. You can do it, I hope so. Oh, it really is Indiana Jones.
What is this?
It was foreshadowing.
Easy.
Stop laughing!
Don't worry. Come on, concentrate.
It's this door.
The prop master placed the glasses on the shelf an hour before the performance began.
This is real bad, Yuma. We got more boulders coming at us.
Come on, concentrate, concentrate. There's another door, Master.
It's this door.
The poison is effective for 30 minutes. The Duel of Poison's cup scene occurred 45 minutes into the play, which means the only way the poison could be used was during the performance.
I think we made it through.
Come on, there's no time to slack off. We gotta keep going.
So the poison trick was actually set up during the performance.
The poison is effective for 30 minutes, but the Duel of Poison's cup scene occurred 45 minutes into the play. Which means the only way the poison could be used was during the performance.
But that glass was on stage the whole time, wasn't it?
True, the set was fixed an hour before the play, and the glasses were already set on the shelf by then.
So the culprit slipped the poison in while everyone was watching.
Sally is very smart, by the way. He figured it out, didn't he?
Huh? It's them.
The culprit is Varna! There is no other explanation. It has to be her.
Won't specify.
Why me? Stop making such baseless accusations!
Both Yoshiko and Kurane blame Waruna?
Stop it! I hate to see girls fighting each other.
The only person who could have added poison to the glass was whoever was also on stage.
So that means it has to be Waruna.
No! 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 Murderer.
Murderer.
No! 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 No!
Oh no, I'm desensitizing to Desuhiko.
No!
As opposed to all of the men that murder every day, every hour, every 5 minutes.
Not the culprit! It's you! Yoshiko! I'm not the culprit! It's you! Yoshiko!
How are you gonna do this? Okay.
Yoshiko was in the audience! She filled the water gun with poison! She shot the poison straight into the glass! She could have used night vision to see! She knew when the stage would be dark! So it's possible she prepared for that!
Night vision from where? Yeah, exactly. The most ridiculous statements to try and defend themselves. I'm guessing maybe the eyedropper, right? Because it's unused and there would be no way to just pour the poison into the gun like that. That's the only way that it could have been done, and they're unused. So is that how I'm supposed to refute that? Okay, that's what I'm assuming. Let's try it.
I'm not the culprit! It's you! She filled the water. She shot the poison straight into the glass! She could use night vision to see! She knew when the stage would be dark! So it's possible she prepared for that!
That's right.
Hmm.
I'm not the culprit! It's you! She filled the water gun with poison! She shot the poison straight into the glass!
Probably overthinking this. I'm just a little confused about the way they want me to refute this. Okay, there we go.
This mystery.
The chipmunk voice makes it funny, yeah.
No, the wine glass was upside down on the shelf.
Yeah, I was just overthinking it.
Even if she did use a water gun, there's no way she could have done it since the glass was upside down.
Women are really tough.
I'm not the culprit! It's you! Kurane! You poisoned the glass! If it's not me or Yoshiko, then it has to have been Kurane!
That claim doesn't hold up! How do you think Kurane did it? What's your reasoning?
Okay, fine. I'll tell you why Kurane is the culprit. No doubt Kurane's the culprit! She killed in a way only she could have! Kurane was on the catwalk.
Hey, welcome in, Naka. Thank you for the head pat.
Using an eyedropper. Kurane used an eyedropper to add the poison.
Alright, wrong statement. I suspect correct key, though.
No doubt Kurane's the culprit! She killed in a way only she could have!
Alright, let's fast forward.
She dripped the poison right in!
Okay, I'm assuming that that must be the statement. Because either way, what we're trying to prove here is there's a statement saying she didn't do anything weird. The person that was next to her was watching the entire time. There we go.
Kurane wasn't the only person on the catwalk. Another member was working the lights. She claimed Kurane didn't do anything suspicious during the performance. Because of that testimony, it's impossible Kurane added the poison from the catwalk.
So it's proven that both Yoshiko and Kurane couldn't have added the poison to the glass. So Waruna really is the culprit. She's the one who snuck in the poison.
I thought you were better than that, Waruna. I thought you would compete with your performance fair and square.
I always knew something was off about her.
No, it's not me. It really isn't me. Liar.
Jesus Christ, the audio got crunched there for a second.
Liar.
Liar, 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 liar! Waruna's the culprit.
Alright, let's look at our keys. Costumes. Yeah, it's gotta be this one, I assume.
She had a chance to add the poison herself.
She moved to the shelf in one scene.
Her back was to Karen and the audience.
She added the poison from her pocket. No! That's impossible! 2 or 3 seconds! How could it be impossible?
It is possible.
All it would take...
You could mix in the poison in a matter of seconds.
Alright, let's go back.
She had a chance to add the poison herself. She moved to the shelf in one scene. Her back was to Karen and the audience. She added the poison from her pocket.
There we go. I just barely missed it before.
No, Warna wasn't concealing anything on her person. The costumer confirmed it. So it wasn't possible for Warna to have brought the poison with her on stage.
Aw, they're all gone now.
Wait, so Warna wasn't the culprit? Does that mean she didn't add the poison to the glass?
It's a fact that she didn't bring the poison on stage. So naturally, she couldn't have poisoned the glass.
Well, but then, what really happened here? I'm so confused.
Let's think about it and keep going.
What if I use my disguise to get new information of the three of them?
It's no use. I already did that during the investigation.
Oh, you did, huh?
But your disguise ability is incredible.
Your theory
It's
is
like I
looking
was a
solid.
completely different person. Makeup is one thing, but my voice and stature match too.
I use a voice changer to synthesize a new voice. If I've heard it even once, I can easily set it up. I use tape to make your body appear thinner, or add padding for the opposite effect. Height can be adjusted by messing with your joints, up to a certain point. But there are limits on how it strains the body.
The more you explain it, the more it sounds like you could commit a lot of crimes pretty easily.
If I'm being honest, I must resist my urges every single day. It's a daily battle to tame the monster inside me.
Oh my god, shut up, Desuhiko.
That sounds more weird than cool. Huh? A dead end? What are you
Good.
doing, Desuhiko?
I'm pissed about this path being blocked, so I try to just ignore it. Damn, it didn't work.
Doesn't seem like a question is gonna appear. Looks like it's a completely dead end. I guess we can't reach the truth by answering, how was the poison mixed into the glass?
So this whole route was a waste?
Well, we did eliminate one of the possibilities. Sometimes the journey is just as important as the destination.
The journey. I like the sound of that. I'll use that for lyrics in my next song.
Anyway, let's use my convenient magic spell to return to where you select routes.
So what happens now?
Now that I think about it, wasn't that the third route? What's going on? They're all dead ends!
What does it mean, Shinigami?
It seems that even though we tried to solve every how, we can't figure out who the culprit is.
Oh, come on! Then what was the point of our great adventure?
I've told you this a dozen times already. Even dead ends are precious clues. Because of them, you figured out that examining the murder method won't lead you to the culprit.
I see. So we're still making progress. Great work, Shinigami.
Anyway, we have to view this case from a different perspective.
What's that?
I suppose that's your different perspective.
Whoa.
That is really cool.
We're really walking on another side.
Well, if we keep moving, then...
Look, it's a new route!
Why did the incident happen?
No fair. Yuma gets to have all the fun.
Why are you jealous of this?
The question is, why did this happen? I guess we're on the why done it route.
Wait, did White done what now?
It's about the reason why the case occurred. Meaning, this is the route where we seek the motive. Looks like we need to focus on figuring out the culprit's motive from here.
Yeah, I know cases always deal with motive, but wouldn't it have been better to start with this route from the get-go?
Well, we only know this route is important because we cleared out the how routes. That's how it goes when it comes to solving mysteries and dungeons.
Oh, sorry, I guess that's how it is. You're absolutely right, Shinigami.
Let's keep going for now.
Before we figure out the culprit's motive, what kind of person was Karin anyway? Was she cute?
Yes, but more importantly, she was next in line to be star of the theater club. She was considered to be the best actress among the club's current members.
So the culprit was envious because she was so popular. They killed Karin so they could become the star instead.
No, I don't think it's that simple.
Hey, who are you calling simple?
6 months ago, the leading member of the theater club also died in a separate case.
Top actresses dying one after another? Is their club cursed or something?
The name of the student who died was Aiko. Her death was ruled a suicide by jumping off the school, but Kurumi doubted that was the case.
Me, huh? She's alright.
All right? Anyway, I doubt it's a coincidence for people to die in such quick succession. This case may have been triggered by Aiko's death.
So if we find the truth behind Aiko's death, maybe we can figure out the motive in this case.
Truth behind Aiko's death.
Exactly what I was saying. We would end up needing to solve that case in order to help us understand this one.
Hey, look!
Is that Aiko?
Whoa, she's cute too! Let's go talk to her! She's about to get a taste of my full and undivided attention.
You can already tell women will be his downfall. Oh well, it's not like you're any better off with yours truly, Master.
You can't spell simple without... Can't not say it. One will kill him one day. Yeah, it'll be his own fault.
Was that Desigo?
What the?
Come on, concentrate, concentrate!
Yuma, this is bad! The ground's giving way beneath our feet!
Yeah, I can tell.
Aiko!
Hey, let's hurry and catch her! I love the tragic types!
Is there any type that you don't like, Desuhiko? Truly.
No! We're trying to figure out the truth behind her death.
Good luck, Master!
This is the answer! Aiko's death 6 months ago was actually a result of murder.
Oh, interesting.
This is the answer! The location of Aiko's murder is the flower bed. This is the answer! The brick with Aiko's blood on it had a very unnatural splatter pattern. After the culprit hit her with the brick, they returned it to its original position. This is the answer! Aiko's death was not a suicide by jumping, and Cotton clearly lied in her testimony.
Did I notice it? Okay, so I sat there actually yesterday before I fell asleep. And I was looking over some of the evidence, and when I looked at the picture, I did notice, of course, that it was bizarre that she was laying on her front, but had the wound on the back of her head. And when I was thinking about it, I figured that she was killed by being, you know, struck in the back of the head. What I didn't think was that the murder actually took place in the flower bed itself, and not that she was killed on the roof and then pushed. So that's the only thing that threw me for a loop.
Cotton killed Aiko!
All right, let's keep following her, Yuma.
Which, looking at it, I should have known from the hint with her shoes being up on the roof.
I can tell Aiko's death wasn't a suicide from the evidence photos. Her shoes were neatly placed on the roof, but there was dirt on them that looked like it came from the flower bed. I think Aiko was told to meet at the flowers behind the school building and then murdered there.
So the shoes were taken to the roof afterwards.
The murder weapon is likely a brick from the flower bed. The brick with Aiko's blood on it had a very unnatural splatter pattern. If she fell from above and hit her head, the blood stain wouldn't get cut off in that way. I'm sure that after the culprit hit her with the brick, they returned it to its original position.
But do you have evidence that Karen did it?
If Aiko didn't die from jumping, Cotton's testimony makes her highly suspicious. She said she heard something fall and went to inspect it.
I get it. Hearing a sound that never happened, she's obviously lying. Karen lied. And the reason why she lied?
She made it appear like Aiko jumped. If that's the case, the one who killed Aiko is Cotton.
She disappeared? Damn it! I can't even help the girl who needs it most!
Help her? She was dead long before you could help her. Anyway, this must be the roof Aiko supposedly jumped from.
Hey. Why did Cotton kill Aiko? I thought an all-girls school would be more sunshine and rainbows than murder.
$50 to push Desuhiko.
If a brick was used as the murder weapon, then it could have been an impulsive crime. So Cotton might not have been planning to kill Aiko when she called her there.
You mean they were talking and it turned into a crime of passion? That's so cliche.
Maybe they were discussing their acting careers. They had a disagreement, and it turned to violence.
Well, if this caused the other murder case, then is the motive revenge?
Yeah, they weren't fighting over Aiko's spot. They wanted to get back at Cotton for taking it away.
Meaning The culprit is whoever cares the most about Aiko? Then which of the suspects is it? In fact, where do we even go from here? We got the motive, but there's still no path.
This is different from the other dead ends. I think there's a mystery around here.
Something must be hidden here. This place.
So high up, we're even above the clouds. Better be careful not to fall.
Hey!
So you're saying you don't want me to push you, or?
Hey!
There is no or. I definitely do not want you to push me. Thank you for the hydrate. And the head pats. Only if she'll catch you too. I'm sure she would be happy to do that, but maybe not during this specific case with how she's been acting. The wind feels nice. It's hard to believe we're inside a mystery labyrinth.
Whoa!
One of these days I'll have a concert on a stage this high, looking out over my adoring fans. My jacket is yours.
Hey, check it out!
Is that the How roots we were looking for?
We're so high up. When did this happen?
Master, look over there!
What's that? It doesn't seem connected to anything else.
Which means that could be the Who location.
So the true culprit is over there then? But how do we reach it? It's not connected to any other route.
What, are you freezing up? Scared of heights or something?
Oh, it's not that. About those 3 routes.
No hat, no jacket, and no meals.
You carry that around with you all the time?
Of course. Who knows when I'll be asked for my autograph?
I mean, him carrying a pen is probably the most normal thing about him.
Done. Isn't it perfect? I'm just as good at drawing maps as I am at remembering a pretty face.
Well, to be fair, once this is over, I will go get something to eat. I can happily say that Emerald did confirm that she did get something to eat prior to the stream starting. So she is safe, but are you safe, Naka? Did you eat today?
This is the How roots when seen from above, right? What about it?
Well, this is a dungeon, right? So maybe there's some secret paths in here.
Okay, good.
Secret paths?
See? If you look at it this way, doesn't it all seem like the same road?
Indeed, I did. Thanks for remembering.
You're right. The 3 How roots are connected into a single route all the way to the Who room. Wait, all 3 are connected? That's it! I think I've got it! That's the hidden truth behind the How route!
We are well fed.
There's only one explanation for how the victim could have been poisoned.
What? Seriously?
Not bad. You finally made yourself useful.
Yay! Shinigami complimented me! I love you, Shinigami! Wasn't I a good boy? I deserve a treat, right?
Oh my god.
If you think you've got this, I'll back you up. Lay it all out.
He was cute right before the end of that, yeah. Well fed and well stocked. Oh, not what I meant to do. There we go. I wonder how many more swimsuit poses she has.
The truth of this case is that Yoshiko, Waruna, and Kurane were all accomplices and committed this crime together.
Accomplices? But don't they hate each other's guts?
It's the truth. I realized it once you drew this map, Tetsuhiko. The 3 How routes that we explored were all dead ends. Each of them were suspects, but they were all ruled out because of certain details of the case. That makes sense. If we look at them separately, we get dead ends. But by connecting all 3 routes like this, and looking at it as a single criminal act, it clearly becomes one path forward.
They were accomplices that committed a single crime.
This murder would have been impossible to commit alone. We figured that out during the How route. But if the 3 of them worked together, they could make it possible.
Huh? What's this?
I guess we're supposed to break the wall? Sounds like fun! I'm in!
It's all thanks to my help, don't you think? And don't you forget it.
You're the one who's...
Anyway, let's check it out. We have to make sure we're on the right track.
You notice the path's turning like that? Minecraft that wall. No, I actually didn't.
By separating the hows, the 3 of them divided up the tasks that needed to be done to pull off the murder.
But I was more focused on the, I was more focused on what was being said and trying to ponder the, questions being posed.
Don't you think so, Yuma?
Yeah, I think it's the only way. Huh?
Oh, that one hurt.
You sure sound confident.
And now, there's a new problem to solve. We have to expose the secret behind their complicity. How exactly they cooperated together and the timeline of the crime.
Got it. The timeline, huh? Then the first thing to discuss is...
Alright, so I guess we go over everything again. Let's go in the same order.
You want to go with how was the poison glass chosen? Are you sure you want to pick that door?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, something feels wrong here.
The door!
Watch out! It's falling over! Guess that was the wrong one. Try thinking about how the crime was committed from the beginning.
Ah, okay, I see. Never mind. Thought we were gonna go over each one. Okay. Alright, how did they work together to pull off the crime? Which one would be the most important? How is the poison mixed into the glass? The only one we didn't get a definitive answer for.
Are you sure you want to take the how is the poison mixed into the glass route? And don't blame me if you die.
Chronologically? Okay, so then here.
How was the poison?
Let's start with the poison being brought to the theater hall.
Got it, okay.
Their conspiring began with how was the poison brought to the theater hall.
It's a route we already explored to the very end, so let's blast through it.
Hey, wait!
Yeah, I thought the order wouldn't matter and that we would just have to go over each of the aspects of the case and just figure out how they planned it together. I didn't think they were going to, they wanted it chronologically. It's holding on to her
The
tail.
only person who could have brought the poison to the theater hall was Yoshiko, right?
That was a hint, I'm sorry. No, it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, the poison neutralizes after 30 minutes, so it had to be brought into the theater during the show. As the production assistant, only Yoshiko could have done it. Looking back, the reason they chose poison as the murder weapon was to establish an alibi.
The poison was only active for 30 minutes, which gave the other girls an alibi.
Yoshiko went to the lab for the poison as soon as the performance began. She had the extra glass hidden in her bag, and after she brushed poison onto it, she put it back in her bag and returned to her seat in the front row as if nothing happened.
You know, it's really interesting to look at it from that perspective, that they wanted an alibi. Because, I mean, on the one hand, yes, but thank you for the hydrate, Augustine. But they did a really bad job of setting all of that up. And thank you for the stretch. Oh, I actually needed that. My back is starting to hurt. Thank you for the sticky note. But yeah, they set it up very poorly because she didn't do a very good job of hiding the fact that she went barreling into the theater within the time frame. Get pampered. Thank you, Augustine. She also left a mess at the site, leaving the paintbrush there. I can't believe she didn't just throw it in her bag as well. She literally just dropped it on the floor.
The problem is, what happened next?
We're here. You're up, Master.
Yeah.
Looking for when there was an opportunity for a handoff at all? Yeah. Because I'm trying to see, yeah, the glasses were set up on stage at least an hour before the performance. So she handed it to anybody, it would have been to Waruna. Because Kurane was already managing the lights, and obviously it wouldn't have been to Karin, so... I guess during that brief blackout, that's when the handoff would have happened, right?
Isn't this the how was the poison mixed into the glass roots?
Because she said... Just want to double check this. That's why I was looking at this. Right here. She sat right at the edge of the front row and didn't leave before the blackout.
Wow! I'm really connected.
So she sat as close as she could and handed it off when the lights went out briefly.
Alright, let's keep going and reach the truth!
Whoa! Again? Hey, you said Yoshiko handed the poison glass over to Waruna, but... Waruna was performing on stage, right? How could she receive the glass while on stage?
The only time I can think of is when they turned off the lights. Yoshiko sat on the right edge of the front row close to the wings, where the actors enter and exit the scenes. She probably stood up when the lights went out and left the poisoned glass near the right rim. Even if she couldn't get on stage, she could at least do that within 5 seconds. Then, Waruna picked up the glass and hid it under her costume. The costume check happens before the performance, so she got around that by receiving the cup during the performance.
I see. So they passed the baton during the 5 seconds the lights were out.
The two of them must have hurt as much as the rest of the play.
But what happened after that? Suppose Waruna did get the poison glass. How did she swap it with the real glass while the play was still ongoing?
A few moments after the blackout, there's a scene where Waruna approaches the shelf. It only lasts 2 or 3 seconds, but Waruna's hands and the shelf are completely hidden from the audience. At that moment, Waruna could have switched out the original glass with the poisoned one.
So they used the play itself for their seemingly impossible crime.
The only thing that is odd about that is I would have thought that the other person that was up there with Kurane would have been able to see that, but I guess not.
Talk about guts. This is something only thespians could pull off. Isn't there a safer way down?
Master, hurry up and break this one down too!
Rehearsed a lot to do it in the dark, I guess? Yeah.
Right.
Alright, we got this one too.
When I did this chapter, the handoff in the darkness was the one part I couldn't figure out. Yeah, because it makes sense. That's why I went to the clues just to double check. One, if I remembered correctly when the cups were originally placed there, which was of course an hour before. And then where exactly Yoshiko was positioned, just to double check if that was possible. But yeah, it's interesting because the only thing here that, I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, which is a possibility because I tend to do that with these things, but I recall being able to actually see perfectly where those trays were when we stepped up to the scaffolding, or the catwalk rather. So I would have thought that if she did a switch like that, no matter how fast she was able to do it, that the other person up there helping with the lights would have been able to see that. So, yeah, because I also felt like someone would have seen from above or heard her move and stuff, and that most importantly, they can't see. Yeah. Yeah, very, interesting.
Only a bit more! Let's keep going!
Wait, can't we take a break?
Because I can understand them not seeing when when Waruna was able to retrieve the cup, especially up above on the catwalk, because being that close to the lights, and then when they turned them out, they definitely would have been able to see absolutely nothing, right? But the lights came back on while she was switching the glasses out. So, yeah. Maybe a small oversight, but it's okay. Yeah, not a big deal, but I always kind of assume with these sorts of mysteries that they plan everything out perfectly. So it makes me overthink things because I'm like, there's no way that that could be the case because, you know, wouldn't that little detail come into play? But sometimes that is not the case.
This is the final one. It's the how was the poison glass chosen bit.
From here, it's exactly as we solved it before. Kurune told Karin beforehand to take the glass the light hits first.
Indeed, he might be a better culprit.
Then, after confirming the poisoned glass from the catwalk above, the spotlight was pointed directly at it.
And that's the method behind the murder weapon.
Method? Sounds more like madness if you ask me.
That solves this mystery. We've almost reached the truth.
Adrian is innocent.
Seriously? That's terrible.
That's never what anybody thinks whenever I play Among Us.
Why?
Because I haven't done Shinigami to fall for me yet.
Even if you stayed here for 100 years. In fact, I basically have your guts.
Damn. Thank you for the change of clothes. I felt guilty for taking the jacket.
You know, beyond the hate, there could be love.
Somehow I doubt that.
It's kind of like traveling the globe. You and I can go in opposite directions, but eventually meet.
That's a stretch.
I feel sick.
This is the last wall.
Same size of the coin of obsession, though,
Are
yeah.
you ready? Let's solve this thing.
No worries, I knew what you meant.
Right.
God, hold on, let me mute and clear my throat. Thank you both. I took both of those sips while it was muted and still had to clear my throat. There we go. Just as I figured.
Yes, it fell. And behind that door is the Who Room. We finally made it.
It's time to end this, Master.
Looks like all the culprits are here. But
So the interesting thing about this is, number one, we're about to end up killing all three of them. And again, I wonder how Yuma's gonna feel about that. For several reasons. Also interesting because this case seems to embody the saying, if you want revenge, you better be ready to dig 2 graves. And they're about to pay with their lives. Shinigami's about to double her kill count, yeah.
look so sad.
The funny part is, and what makes it tragic, is if they would have sought out a detective, they could have gotten justice for Aiko, because we literally solved that case just casually by looking at the photograph and the testimony that Karin herself gave. They contradicted each other so easily that, you know, you would have been able to tell. Yeah, as Kurumi was trying to do exactly. She had the right idea. They went through all these steps to do this, and it was the wrong move, and now they're going to die as well. It's actually very sad. Especially because as far as, like, culprits go, like, obviously, murder is wrong, but they weren't killing random people. In this case, they were trying to get revenge for somebody that was, you know, murdered in cold blood. But by choosing to go this road, they've condemned themselves. So, and honestly, the writing for this path is very interesting to me. Or for this case, I should say, because it's the perfect case for what all of these girls are. They're in the drama club, and this is a very classic tragedy that we're watching unfold here. Maybe not the purest intentions, but the best intentions in the sense of wanting to avenge their fallen friend, only for them to end up perishing due to their own actions. So in the end, they got what they wanted in a very fitting way, meaning to kill her as she was performing in one of the lead roles that she wanted. And we've all been led back to the stage where they're all about to die as well. In a way that I'm sure Aiko would not have wanted for any of them. So it is a true tragedy.
How boring. You call yourselves the final bosses of the Mystery Labyrinth? Then start acting like it. Might as well guard the truth till the end at this point.
Why did you have to say that?
There.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I think this one is gonna hurt Yuma a lot. That's what I mentioned. Yes, they still killed somebody, but one, they're just kids, and two, they didn't do it because they just wanted to take somebody's life. This is not going to be as clear a case of having to seek vigilante justice as the other two cases, you know. Exactly, yeah.
Let's do this, Master!
I always forget the controls for this and have to relearn it. I always trip up in God Shinigami because I forget them too. Yeah. I never forget the controls for the deathmatch battle, but I always forget the controls for this.
You're wrong! Huh? Come on!
You did it, Master!
Yeah.
Yep, see him? He's not liking this at all. This doesn't feel like justice.
Shut up! Don't come any closer! I did it all alone! I don't know about the others. Don't come any closer! There's nothing connecting us!
You're wrong! Huh? Come on!
You did it! Great job!
That's right.
Here I go!
Nemo already understands what's about to happen, yeah.
Shut up!
And again, I like this because something that this case illustrates.
Stop telling lies! Please, leave me alone! Shut up!
Hold on, I'll finish that thought in a second.
Nothing to do with each other!
Something that this case illustrates is, like I was saying before about how the individual sequences kind of resemble in cases where, they interrogate people who were accomplices and then they all point at each other to try to confuse investigators. This right here, this is kind of illustrating how sometimes in these kinds of situations, solving the mystery ends up meaning putting people who may have had a justified reason for doing what they did behind bars, or in this case, killing them, which may not really feel like justice, especially if the fault of the original cause of everything being allowed to roam free was the authorities themselves. Like, again, I'm not saying what they did here was right, but given the corrupt system in Kanai Ward, they felt like they had no other choice. I wonder if they even knew about detectives in the first place, since we, you know, found out that a lot of people in Kanai Ward don't even know what they are, which is why I was curious about Kurumi. But given that they're all children of people who work for Amaterasu Corporation, I would assume that they do know. I think that's the only reason why Kurumi herself knows. But that's a lot of assuming. They felt they needed to enact their own vigilante justice, yeah.
You're wrong! Huh? Come on!
What's going on here? I thought they hated each other.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a case that I read about. I won't go into the details because it was pretty gruesome and very depressing. I'll just say there was a mother and somebody did something to her kid and ended the child's life. So, hey, welcome in, Mari. Thank you for the raid. Witch Mari and the picture of entropy. Ooh, I like that. That sounds like it could be the title of a book about you. Hold on, let me get you a shout out. There we go. Yes, welcome in. How was your stream? That was the thought? Okay, I'm glad I picked up on that correctly then. Now I want to make it a real book. She wiped the dude in the court? Yeah, okay, so you know what I'm talking about, Naka. It was good. We hit a child with a broom. I see, I see. I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you for the raid. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Adrian Hallowell. I am a cursed witch VTuber. And I am playing Master Detective Archives Rain Code. It may not look like it, but we are about to solve a murder mystery. We're actually in the process of solving it right now. Yeah, so you actually kind of came in where I was in the middle of talking about a very grim real-world case that this kind of reminded me of. In which a mother actually stood up in the middle of a courtroom and shot the murderer of her child, because the court ruling basically would not have been, we'll just say it wouldn't have been satisfactory justice. It was a very tragic case all around, where the mother essentially accepted her own loss of freedom to adequately do what she felt, you know, needed to be done on behalf of the injustice done to her child. And that's kind of what this case is reminding me of in the game, so. The curse is no sleep and being denied jackets and hats. You don't know how right you are about the being denied sleep. Truly. But yeah, sorry to drop that depressing fact as soon as you all raided in. But yes, welcome in. In fact, I'm actually going to pause for a second. I wanted to show you something, Mari. I don't know if you saw this, but take a look at my new studio for when I'm chatting. One second, everybody. Take a look at this. Also, thank you for the check-in, Mari and Dandy. And the hydrate. I'll take a sip. Yeah, doesn't it look great? Yes, one of my viewers and a friend of mine, Alandria, she actually drew this for me. And now I have a nice background for when I'm just chatting, before and after streams. And the background can actually be changed outside the window, but this is my favorite. But yeah, I just wanted to show you this. It looks really, really cool, and I'm very happy to have it. Thank you, Dandy. Yeah, it looks great.
No, that probably isn't true.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I should use my backgrounds more. How many do you have?
If you put together the 3 photos they each have...
What? So they're all in the same picture?
That's the truth.
Yeah, what Naka is describing is basically the gist of the case I was talking about. And it's obviously a little different from what we're dealing with here, but the outcome and why they felt they needed to do what they did kind of reminds me of what's about to happen in this case in the game that we're about to solve. I have 2 set ones that I mean to use for certain things. I just haven't gotten around to them. A bedroom setup and a study setup. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, you should use them more. I'd love to actually see what that looks like. Honestly, with the kind of music that you use for your like background soundtrack when you're talking, and just your general vibe, I feel like having either of those settings while you're talking would be really relaxing. It'd make for a really nice chatting atmosphere. So you should definitely do that sometimes. Though I do also like the kind of void that you have, because it does feel like a dream realm. Yep, there's a full picture, the group photo of all of them together.
No need for mercy. Let's do this, Master! No! 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 Stay away! Stop messing with me! Oh no! Stop! 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 Stop it! Get away from me!
I feel really bad about solving this one.
Please! Go away! There is no bond between us!
This
This is not going to end well. Yeah, this already has a much more solemn feel to it.
This is just a guess, but you three weren't actually on bad terms with each other, were you? In fact, it was all an act to get revenge for Aiko. You all cherished the same picture with her. It was originally a single photo of you all together, with Aiko in the middle. You were all close friends.
And when you connect the pictures together, everyone is there, smiling. So, why?
I should probably also say, and I do apologize for not saying it sooner, because I'm kind of wrapped up in the story of what's happening right now. But for everybody that raided in, if you have to raid and run, please feel free to. Please take care of yourselves and do whatever post-stream care that you need to do. Get something to eat, rest, and thank you all for dropping by. And if you do continue to stay, I do hope that you'll enjoy the tragic outcome of this case here.
Come on, we've got work to do before you get all sappy. Let's go. One more push and we'll be done with this labyrinth.
Told you, I knew from the beginning this one was gonna
What would
really
a
mess
hero
with him.
do? A real defender of justice would defeat evil here and now and be done with it. But I'm no hero. All I want is the truth. And the truth is right here. So why go any further? Will solving this mystery really make anyone happy?
Master, do you sympathize with them? That's not something a detective should do. Your job is to solve mysteries, isn't it? If so, you have to expose the truth. You have to prove it in a way anyone can understand and anyone can see. Detectives aren't defenders of justice, they're defenders of truth.
Defenders of truth.
A detective must never overlook a mystery. Any and all truths must be exposed. A detective must always prioritize solving a case. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, this is why I was saying before, this game does a very interesting job of taking actual aspects of, like, crime solving and, making them fantastical with the visuals and the scenarios and everything that's going on. Because, I mean, you saw before when I was trying to explain to Purple, like, what was happening. This game can be very, odd to just walk in on because of how abstract it gets with the way it frames its concepts. But at the end of it all, it does a really good job of showing, like, different aspects of what this process is like. And in this particular case, it is showcasing that sometimes in getting to the truth, you end up having to deliver people who had a reason to do what they did, maybe one that you would even agree with, to quote-unquote justice. And that doesn't always feel good.
Yuma, if you can't do it, I can take your place.
No, I'll do it. I'll take responsibility. I'll see this through.
It's not glamorizing the process, is essentially what I'm saying. They are laying it out for what it is. The only difference here is, not to say it would feel particularly good to, you know, send someone to prison that was kind of backed into taking drastic measures, especially because the justice system failed them, right? But this is going to be worse because we're literally going to kill them, and we have no choice but to do it, so it's even more extreme. What do we unlock? By the way, when I played this, the way they spoke to each other during the investigation immediately did make me think they all did it together. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was saying when I first started today's session that it seemed like they were all trying to, like, point fingers at each other and cast suspicion. And I was thinking that yesterday when some of them were kind of, like, talking to each other when we were in disguise, and they were like, oh, I thought we agreed not to talk to each other like this. And I was immediately kind of getting that feeling, but again, I always feel like I overthink all of it, so I try to wait for as much of the evidence to present itself as possible before I start putting everything together. But yeah, I can see, and I'm glad that you came to the same conclusion, because I thought maybe I was jumping the gun a bit. Alright, here we go. Now we put it all together.
Step right up! Step right up! A tragedy that struck an academy stage. The death of a high school girl casting a shadow over 4 bickering theater club members. Truth bombs are about to be dropped! Time for the deduction denouement!
This case begins with Aiko's death 6 months ago. Aiko was thought to have committed suicide by jumping off the roof.
Apparently Kadaka wanted the game to be solvable by anyone, so there's not many gotcha moments as long as you're paying full attention. Interesting, okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind.
Truth caught and murdered her.
The shoes left on the roof had dirt on them from the flower bed of the crime scene. The bloodstains on the bricks were also unnatural, and it was obvious that an amateur had faked it.
I do appreciate that, though, because I hate that in mysteries where they just pull something out of their rear end that doesn't actually fit. That we talked about this in a prior stream, but I trust Kodaka not to do that kind of thing.
If it wasn't a suicide, it would contradict Cotton's testimony. However, she didn't originally intend to kill Aiko. It was a crime of passion.
So they got into an argument, Cotton saw red, then boom?
It's Adrian's evil twin. Yeah, thankfully nothing like that.
Waruna and Kurine probably realized the truth behind what happened. The three teamed up to avenge Aiko. They used the dress rehearsal to commit this crime.
Regardless of the reason, getting together to plan a murder is pretty crazy.
Yoshiko in the audience was to bring the poisoned glass into the theater hall.
Once unsealed, the poison is harmless after 30 minutes. So, she went to the lab 15 minutes after the play began.
The poison container is too big to transport unnoticed, so she applied it to the glass in her bag with a paintbrush.
Thus, the poisoned glass was created. She brought it back to the theater hall, then went on standby at the right end of the front row.
Waruna, who was acting on stage, was to switch out the poisoned glass.
During the 5-second blackout 30 minutes into the play, Yoshiko placed the poisoned glass in the wings. Waruna, on stage, retreated and hid it under her costume.
Then, in the scene where she approaches the shelf, she exchanged the glass there with the poisoned one.
Switching in the murder weapon on stage while everyone is watching? What a pervy exhibitionist!
Based on her outfit, though, I don't know how she hid the glass.
What's perverted about that? And Kurine, on the lights, would guide Cotton to take the poisoned glass.
Then came the duel of poison cups! The two glasses on the shelf had juice poured into them. Cotton and Waruna shuffled them in a way the audience couldn't see.
But Kurine, who was on the catwalk directly above the stage, saw exactly which glass held the poison. She confirmed the location of the poisoned glass.
No, maybe she ate it.
First.
Cotton drank from that glass 45 minutes after the start of the play. Winner, winner! Poisoning complete! That was so long! Good job!
Kurine told Cotton of a change in stage direction, but the victim was to take the glass the spotlight hits first. Cotton followed this instruction to take the poisoned one. The whole sequence of events for this crime would have been impossible for a single person. Their cooperation was also a means to conceal their involvement. But I can't shake the feeling that there was some other reason behind it.
A crime committed by ruthless criminals. Those loathsome culprits are... Yoshiko! Waruna! Kurine! It was you! Wait, what?
They may have pretended to always be at odds with one another, but deep down, they were bonded through their shared admiration for Aiko. Is my answer. Was there really no other way? Was there no way to prove Cotton did this without killing her?
That's not possible. Not in Kanai Ward. The Peacekeepers bend the truth whichever way they want to. The three girls couldn't get justice from them, which led to this crime.
But it doesn't make it right! How long did you put on an act for this?
Aiko was our sunlight. Wherever she went, we were meant to be there with her. She was everything to us. We were together ever since we were young. Her dream was our dream. We were nothing special, but she called us her rivals. Those words encouraged us to carry on. But now she's gone. Everything's hopeless now. The three of us investigated Aiko's death. I used my parents' connections to view top-secret case files. But no matter what we did, the Peacekeepers refused to reopen the case. Because Karen's father is a big shot at Amaterasu Corporation. That's why we had to do it ourselves. We wanted revenge. Revenge became everything for us. And to get it, we pretended to fight amongst ourselves. We are actors, after all. But we don't have to anymore, right? We don't have to keep this up. We put on quite a show. Didn't we, Aiko?
This leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Then again, most cases do. But that's the end. We can finally return to the real world. I hope the girls open up like that in the real world too.
No, I don't think they can.
Huh? Why is that? Oh, also, where's Shinigami?
Right here.
Well, what do you think? Did you fall in love with me? I know you did. You must have, yeah?
I already told you. I will never fall for you. You're seriously getting on my nerves. You're annoying and exhausting.
Yasuhiko?
Did you think I was serious? I was just testing the bond between you two.
Sure.
Our bond? It's more like a curse, at least to me.
Right. I was just testing. I wasn't serious at all. I didn't get rejected, okay? I didn't.
All right, just calm down.
Anyway, let's do it. Time to exterminate the souls of the true culprits and destroy the mystery labyrinth.
Wait, Shinigami, do we really have to do this? I mean,
They're murderers. The reason why doesn't matter. I make my living reaping the souls of criminals.
This is unrelated, but saying you weren't serious afterwards can make the other person feel really bad / uncomfortable. Yeah. It's a thing to, defend the ego. It's usually either that or lashing out at you and, insulting you to demean you so that they can, again, protect their ego and, make you feel bad about yourself.
Because I'm Shinigami. Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case. Death to all deplorables. Ruin to the vile mystery labyrinth.
Yeah, I love her death to all deplorables line. I don't know why, but it stuck with me for a while when I play this. Yeah, it's a great line. Martina unwinds at the end of the day by taking a bath. Her baths last a minimum of 1 hour and often go over 2 hours. Plenty of rest is vital for a productive tomorrow. Who gives a shit about Martina? Can't stand her. Is that even healthy?
When did you...
Huh? What the... Wait, what just happened? Hold on, let's all calm down.
What? What's going on?
I knew it.
The evil murderers have been expunged once again! Oh, right. There's still one more job I gotta do.
Excuse me, everyone. The culprits behind this incident were Waruna, Kurne, and myself. All three of us conspired to poison Khan. The way we got her to ingest the poison was...
I don't know what you people have done, but next time it won't go your way. Remember that.
Next time, it might just be you.
Did you see that?
She was staring at me the whole time. She's gotta be in love with me.
Oh my god.
Oh, fine. I guess she can keep the peace of my love as well.
Have some standards, please.
Hey, what's got you so down? All three of them just died out of nowhere. Nobody's to blame for that. There's no reason for either of us to feel guilty.
Seems like all the memories from the mystery labyrinth are completely gone.
I can only press the RIP and crying emotes so many times, I know. Yeah, this is really sad.
Master, we're in the clear. All three of their deaths won't be your fault now.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Yuma!
Kurumi?
Thank you for saving me. I knew you'd come to the rescue.
Anyway, are you alright? The Peacekeepers didn't harm you, did they?
No, I'm fine.
Hey, Yuma? I don't want to get in the way of this tearful reunion.
Luckily, Martina didn't cover up the crime and just actually accepted the truth there. Yeah. Most likely because there was a lot of witnesses there.
Maybe we should get out of here? It'll be trouble if the peacekeepers come back.
Oh, right. Let's leave then.
I'll go on ahead to the agency and put in a good word for you. I don't really get how it all ended, but I have a hunch. Yuma, you did all the work, right?
Huh?
Huh, guess he's got good intuition.
Looks like I won't be calling you Rookie from here on out. Let's keep working together, my man. Mind your manners as you walk your girl home.
He is one to talk.
Yuma?
Huh? What is it?
This tension. Don't tell me. Is this where they make babies?
Oh my god.
Did something happen? You seem down.
Oh, well... Although the case was solved, 3 lives were lost.
Right. I didn't expect Yoshiko and the others too. Could it be that their deaths are related to your forte?
What?
Wow, we've got another sharp one. Master, I hope you know this, but if you say anything about our contract... Oh, sorry for saying something so strange. I know I'm off, right? Even if that were the case, you'd never tell me.
Hey, Kurumi, there's somewhere I want to go. Will you come with me?
Huh? Sure, I guess.
Interesting that she was able to pick up on that. That depends. Will she hate us for having killed people? Good question. Kurumi is among the top of her class in humanities, but near the bottom in sciences. I like these little details on the loading screens.
Wow, what a nice view! It's like a secret hideout. I didn't know that Kamasaki had a place like this.
Please, help me save this city.
Save this city, huh? I managed to save Kurumi by solving the case. But I killed those 3 girls. I'm responsible for their demise. If I had let the peacekeepers deal with it, at least their deaths could have been prevented. What exactly did I even solve? It's not a true solution if we can't save everyone. What I gained in exchange for my memories isn't some convenient, mystery-solving tool. It's literally the power of a death god.
What are you musing about? You can't reclaim the past, and you're not gonna get your memories back either. In the end, you just have to accept it.
Accept it?
Instead of believing in some vague thing like justice, just believe in the truth. They say there's only one truth, and there's only one type of person who can find their way to that truth. Detectives.
Even if I have to sacrifice others to find it, I should let so many people die for the truth?
Master, you keep going to extremes. It's part of why you're a greenhorn. Seems like you still have much to learn under my guidance.
What is the truth? Why did I become a detective to seek it?
Yuma?
Huh? Oh, yes?
I know I already said this, but... thank you so much. You are exactly the kind of person I thought you were.
What do you mean by that?
You're my hero.
I'm no hero. I was just trying to expose the truth.
But thanks to you, I was saved. If you weren't around, I wouldn't be here today. That's why a detective who exposes the truth is a hero in my book. If there were more detectives like you in the city, maybe Aiko's death would have been solved earlier. I'm sure things would have been different. Kanai Ward hasn't seen a hero like you in forever. That's why it's always been so dark here. So please continue to be our hero.
A hero. Maybe before I lost my memories, I was trying to become someone's hero. This time, there was a steep price to be paid for exposing the truth. But even so, the truth must always be revealed. I want to believe I can save someone. I want to continue being the hero she says I am. Still, I don't want to use Shinigami's powers again.
Don't act like you don't like it, Master! Well, I'm just glad you seem more motivated now.
Oh yeah, we made a promise, didn't we? I said I'd tell you about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret after the case was solved.
Huh? Oh, right.
Hey, you seem like you weren't expecting much.
Sorry, I'm just so engrossed in this right now. It's, I really like the story in this game. Very well put together, and I like that it actually feels like there's stakes. That is something that a lot of stories in general have trouble doing well. And as sad as that was, I'm glad that they didn't pull some kind of miracle out of thin air to prevent the girls from dying, because even though I hate that they did die, it adds weight to our actions and what's going on. And again, it reflects the actual justice system in terms of what it means to be a true detective uncovering the truth, even if that truth is, you know, painful, especially in light of having to go against corrupt cops who aren't doing jack shit except covering everything up and making it worse. Sometimes the truth is not positive, and even out of that, at the very least, we were able to save Kurumi and bring justice to Aiko's murder, even if it had to come posthumously for her. I'm no hero, never was. I'm just an old killer hired to do some wet work. Hope it's good info, yeah. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Again, it's not really surprising because Danganronpa does a good job with this as well. But I think taking the concept and moving it to a detective story as opposed to a death game adds more weight to it. Because it sucks when you're playing Danganronpa and one of your favorite side characters ends up either being the killer or being killed. But you understand that that's part of this as a death game. But in this game, you know, there's a very unique element to it in which, again, we also have to live with the fact that sometimes solving the case means that we will be responsible directly for executing people who, again, might have had a good reason for doing what they did or felt like they had no other choice because their backs were against the wall. And it's hard to feel like the good guy in that situation, but like Shinigami is saying, our job is to find the truth, not not to quote-unquote do the right thing. It just so happens that a lot of times doing the right thing aligns perfectly with revealing the truth of a murder. But, you know, not everything is black and white. Old Snake, sorry, I heard that hero part and my mind always jumps to that. No, I actually haven't played any of the Metal Gear games, unfortunately. I do want to correct that at some point. So thank you for letting me know that that was Snake. I actually did not know that. The quote sounds familiar though, so I might have heard it through the grapevine at some point, but I didn't know it was Snake that said that. But yeah, very, very, very well written, I think. No problem. That's from Metal Gear Solid 4, which should be coming out again soon. Yeah, I heard that, which is crazy. Because that game was stuck on the PS3 forever. I always thought back in the day that it would eventually get released on the Xbox 360, and I guess they couldn't because of how big the game actually was. That it only really fit on a Blu-ray. I think it was dual layered too at that, right? They used both sides of the disc, I think. So there was like no hope of that coming out on the 360 unless I think it was like 4 discs or something like that, or more possibly, of a Xbox 360 disc. So yeah, pretty crazy. Oh boy, time to watch 6 hours of movie and play one out. I want to get the MGS collections at some point and play through all of them. Game was basically 60% movie, 40% game, but I loved it regardless. I've heard that criticism of it before. Would like to play them at some point, though. Kojima tends to have a knack for predicting which fucked up way the world is gonna go. So, be very interesting to see what he wrote back then and how well it applies to our reality now. Yeah, I do love this game for the stuff you're pointing out. I'm glad that we share that feeling. It's so unique. It really is. I mean, I guess I should save all of this reflecting for the end of the stream, but yeah, I don't know. It's really connecting with me in a way that I figured I would enjoy it, given that I really do appreciate Kodaka's body of work. But I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. It feels similar enough to Danganronpa to where it's scratching a similar itch, but it very much stands alone as its own thing, and the messaging behind it actually has some courage to it. Again, it isn't afraid to display multiple sides of the justice system. It's not glamorizing it, it's not glorifying it, and it's not portraying you as this faultless hero. We're naive, we're making mistakes, and our way of carrying out justice may not be the ideal way to do it. And again, it's pretty courageous for doing that, because there's not a whole lot of stories nowadays that are willing to kind of take a risk on upsetting the audience in this kind of way. There's always a miracle that prevents a bad thing from happening, or it's always a fake out or something like that. Because you don't want to run the audience off, you don't want to upset them too much to where they stop playing or stop watching, etc. And this game does not really seem bothered by that possibility, and I appreciate that. But it's not a surprise coming from the man that wrote Danganronpa V3. And if any of you have played that game, then you're well aware of how that particular game made a very bold statement and was not afraid to piss off fans of the series at all. So, Kodaka is not really afraid. I like the dilemmas. Yeah, me too. It's writing like this that can make a game that is as fantastical as this one, and, you know, like very overtly anime inspired and stuff like that, and make it feel more realistic than a lot of games that have realistic graphics. Or, you know, a film or something like that. Just by having the guts to tell its story in this fashion. I love the end of V3. Me too. Me too. One of the best twists in a work of fiction I have ever engaged with. Hands down. I was so obsessed with it that I actually kind of started coming up with an idea for how that story could be continued. I was wanting to kind of even go and write it.
But that's where you're wrong. Just between you and me, I am Kanai Ward's only informant.
Informant?
Are you serious? A high school girl informant? I'm still a beginner, though. I started 3 years ago after taking over for my grandfather.
She's a snitch. Now that actually is interesting because, again, we're bringing in another aspect of the justice system. So I'm actually pretty interested to see how they engage with this. Like, how are they going to represent this as a, I guess as a position within Kanai Ward, since she said her grandfather did it as well. Very, very interesting.
And now that the Peacekeepers control the city, there isn't much of a demand for information anymore.
No wonder you know so much about rumors. Besides...
I haven't felt this nervous since I was chased by those Peacekeepers.
That also explains why the Peacekeepers were after you. If Kurumi is an informant, maybe she does have some crucial information about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Let me save real quick. We did do a lot, don't want to risk that.
So, Kurumi, what do you know about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret?
Well, it's likely connected to the top secret research that Amaterasu Corporation is conducting. I think it has something to do with why the unified government approved of Kanai Ward's isolation.
Top secret research? Approved the isolation?
Kanai Ward has always been a city centered around Amaterasu. But there was a lot more freedom in the past. People were allowed to come and go as they pleased. It became an autonomous zone, free from the Yuji's influence only a few years ago. The reason behind it has to do with the top secret research that Amaterasu is conducting.
But what is the research?
I don't know all the details, but it's supposed to be able to change the entire structure of the world. All nations and enterprises worldwide want it. This research is what turned Amaterasu into a major global corporation.
The parallels between Kanai... Yes, exactly. We're thinking the same exact thing, Emerald. I was about to say the parallels between Kanai Ward and Raccoon City continue.
And that research is being done in Kanai Ward?
I think so. It would explain why Kanai Ward's been isolated. It's so their research doesn't leak out. Research that can change the world? If that's true, it's some serious stuff. No wonder number one of the WDO would risk his neck here.
Do you know any more details about that research?
I do know a little bit. Grandpa risked his life to obtain one piece of confidential information about Amaterasu Corp. And I believe that somehow, it has to be related.
Something to do with the rain, right? How long until zombies land on the streets?
What do you mean?
Research to create a homunculus, an immortal monster.
Oh my god, it's the G-Virus. It really is Umbrella. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here we go, they're creating tyrants. Jesus Christ. This is just a Resident Evil game.
Homunculus? Immortal monster?
It's also really funny because, the rainy aesthetic for, Renwood and Resident Evil, Requiem, this is not like a spoiler or anything, was taken from the movie 7, which I've talked about it more than a few times on this stream. It's a good movie. You should all go watch it if you haven't seen it. Has Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman in it. Great movie. But the aesthetic of the movie is that it is almost raining for like 90% of the film. And the way that the city was made to look in that movie was copied almost verbatim in Resident Evil Requiem. That was one of the inspirations for the setting in that game. And I suspect that they took a similar inspiration, given the nature of what this game is, because it is a mystery film centered around finding a serial killer. And the relationship between the two detectives in the movie. Obviously, there's more than two here, but I suspect that the aesthetic of having the city always raining like this was probably inspired by that movie. So it's also crazy that that this is also sharing this this in common with Resident Evil here. I played this before I played Resident Evil, so I didn't even know there were so many parallels. Yeah, it's crazy. Because immediately, when they started talking about the Amaterasu Corporation, I immediately thought Umbrella. They're Umbrella mixed with Amazon, and they have their own little autonomous zone just like Disney has in Florida. But Conai Ward is Raccoon City, essentially. And I thought it would just kind of... the comparisons would stop at the fact that it's a city pretty much dominated by one corporation. But evidently there's a lot more to it than that. And I am suspecting now that Yuma might have had more of a clue about this than he even realizes before everything happened. Because if they're trying to create an immortal monster, then suddenly aligning yourself with the Death God makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? There's still a lot more questions, but I think I'm starting to see where he might have had a little bit of a method to his madness when he made this agreement.
Now, wait just a minute. Are you serious?
I don't have any proof. But it's a fact that Amaterasu Corporation has previously researched homunculi.
Homunculi being researched in this city. Is that Conai Ward's ultimate secret?
Mortal monsters? Homunculi? It's turned into a fantasy story out of nowhere. Though, I'm sure not one to talk.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think your presence already made it that. And the Fortes, to be fair, as well. Who needs a death god when we got Mr. Parry Everything and Mr. Rock Puncher?
That's all I know. Well, is my information useful to you? Although, most of it was left behind by my grandpa.
Left behind?
One day, my grandpa just vanished. He's been missing ever since. That's why I decided to take over where Grandpa left off as an informant. So, do you think what I've shared might help?
Yeah. This is huge, considering how I had nothing until now.
Really? That's great! I'm actually useful to a master detective!
Oh, about that master detective thing.
Look! That's where my grandpa
Grandpa used
She
to
never
live-
lets us talk.
That takes me back. I wish I could see him again.
Oh well.
And that's how you'll keep taking advantage of a high school girl, huh?
By the way, Kurumi, why do you think your grandfather disappeared? Could it be the Peacekeepers?
No, I don't think the Peacekeepers have anything to do with it. Grandpa vanished before Kanai Ward became isolated. He was just suddenly gone. But I do believe I'll see him again someday.
Master, forget about some geezer you don't even know. What about this homunculus stuff?
The homunculus research. If Amaterasu Corporation is still researching some immortal monster in Kanai Ward, it makes sense why there'd be such tight security. They fear the secret leaking to the outside world.
He probably vanished because he definitely knew something about Umbrella. Yeah.
Maybe it even has something to do with the great global mystery that number 1 mentioned. Speaking of which, what could the great global mystery be anyway?
There's too much stuff we don't know, but you're one step ahead of the other detectives now, yeah? Guess that flat-chested Uggo is pretty useful. Maybe I should stop calling her Uggo now. I'll just call her Flat.
Oh my god.
Still gonna hold on to that, huh? I guess this is technically an improvement.
You're gonna keep this info to yourself, right? Help you get ahead of the other master detectives.
No, I'll report this to everyone. This isn't something I can deal with alone.
Ugh, how lame. Couldn't you strike a pose and shout something like, I'm coming for you, Amaterasu?
Is that supposed to be a Resident Evil reference?
That's not my role. All I can do is investigate Kanai Ward's ultimate secret just a little bit further. The rest should be left to the real master detectives to handle.
This is my fault as your mentor for babying you so much. You've become the kind of detective who only relies on others when you're trying to solve problems yourself.
What's wrong with relying on others?
Thank you so much for today.
The pleasure is all mine.
I'm kinda hungry. Maybe I should go buy a meat bun on the way home.
You like those meat buns too, huh?
Yes, I love them. I eat at least one every 2 days.
I'm telling you, there's gotta be something with that. There has to be.
They're kind of the comfort food of Kanai Ward. It's like I'm instinctively drawn to them.
Again, I forget... I forget, what movie it was with the Soylent Green.
Oh, would you like to join me, Yuma?
No thanks, I'll pass.
I see. Will we meet again?
Huh? Yeah, of course.
That's great! If you ever need any information, you can count on me. See you later.
That or Sweeney Todd.
I hope she's okay on her own. I couldn't bring myself to say, I'll walk you home.
Just say it. What are you, 12? You sure you don't want to go back to the agency? Weren't you running an errand a while ago?
You're right! Oh no! I better hurry back!
Soylent Green is the name of the movie, is it? can't stay for the end. Oh, thank you so much, Emerald. Yeah, I'm about to end anyway. I was waiting for the sequence to end.
Homunculus research. I still can't believe it's true.
Improve my mood. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave my Switch in standby. And, we'll go ahead and we'll end here. 1 second. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm happy that I could improve your mood. Thank you so much for being here. And, yeah, I mean, if there's anything going on and stuff, you need somebody to talk to, you know, I always have my ear open, so. But, I'm glad that I could help improve your mood. That makes me happy to hear. That's, what I kind of hope these streams I was able to do for all of you, to an extent. So, thank you for being here. And, I should be back tomorrow. Hopefully by then my voice is recovered, because in case you can't tell, for some reason I'm losing it. I have no idea why. Because I actually think I took a lot of breaks from talking during the stream. But, yeah. In any case, thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad we got to solve this case. But let me see who we can raid. Who is even online? Okay, we have a few interesting choices. Alright, we are gonna go ahead and raid into Spooky Sushi. She's playing Bloodborne, so that should be a fun watch. Alright everybody, you know the usual. The raid message is Hallie Raid, and 2 emotes of your choice. Thank you all for joining me here today. Fun as usual. Please have a great rest of your night, take care of yourselves, eat if you haven't, get some rest, and hopefully I should be seeing you here again tomorrow. Until next time, stay spellbound.